I'm in my zone, can't fail. Got my mindset on grade, like I am home, no doubt. Time to raise it too loud. I'm gonna light up the sky, gonna play it strong. 'Cause I've got that fire inside, lighting up my heart. No looking back, heaven knows. It's time to get up and go. Life passing by, can't go slow, no, no. We ride it once, then we're done. I'm gonna light up the sky, gonna play it strong. 'Cause I got that fire inside, lighting up my heart. I'm gonna light up the sky, gonna play it strong. 'Cause I got that fire inside, lighting up my heart. Oh yeah, light up the sky. 'Cause I've got that fire inside. I'm gonna light up the sky, gonna play it strong. 'Cause I got that fire inside, lighting up my heart. I'm gonna light up the sky, gonna play it strong. 'Cause I got that fire inside, lighting up my heart.
In the town on the hill where the apples grow, and the church bells ring every hour or so, I took a little walk just to see the ships coming in. The sun rose up right above the highway, black, blue, red, yellow, golden skyway. It's like the day that you jump into the wind. I can't go back down to that water again. These old muddy shoes keep on walking the streets. Someone's bride buying Egyptian sheets. The window display of some little store in town. And there's my reflection against the morning light. Hello, Mr. Ghost, Mr. Skeleton White. You better comb your hair, better wipe Wipe that George clay off your brow. You better stand up straight, man. These people hardly recognize you now. Lord, carry me like a sailing ship. Comfort me before I slip around the dark side of the moon. All this spinning around hurts my head. I just sit here lonesome for you. There's a million things I would rather do instead. I know it takes a lot to change a worried mind, and I know it takes a year to see the warm summertime. But I'm made of nails, man, made of tombstone and tall, tall trees.
Hey guys.
But a tombstone fades,
Am I a little off color?
and the nails will rust. Tall oak trees,
Watch
they
this.
all turn to dust. A little every day, it's so slow,
Right.
you can't
Oh, it's better.
even see.
What's
I
up,
guess
hooligans?
I'll try to find another thing to be. Lord, carry me like a
I'm colorblind. I'm the wrong person to
sailing
ask.
ship.
I don't know what's
Comfort
supposed to
me
look like anything.
before I slip round the dark
Dude,
side
if we need, I mean, we can go to the Matrix if we need to.
around hurts my
But I thought we would start a little bit more calm.
I just sit
You know?
lonesome for you.
What is currently up with a roof? Oh, what is up is a roof. I suppose so. And a ceiling. A few ceilings. Technically. It's good to see everybody. What is... Wait. I'm just grooving. All right, calm down. Hey guys, how's it going? How you been? How's everybody feeling? What's new in town, huh? I was away for a while. I was away. I went to Australia. I had a pretty cool time. We are going to open stream today with a little chat about my trip to Australia. In case anyone wants to ask any questions, or you saw the video I made and you're like, hey, what the fuck was that? But afterwards, we will be looking at your D&D homebrew. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Your homebrew. The Upside Down was really good. I had a great time. It was so fun. I had a really good time, you know? Anyway, sorry, I haven't done that in a little while. I missed it. Oh, man, no, the trip was great. The trip was great. The video that I put out was pretty honest with, like, what most of the trip was. There was a lot that I couldn't put in it, but from, like, the feelings, I think I evoked them about as much as I had them. But things that didn't happen in the video that did happen was I hung out with Tom Cardy, and I hung out with Demi Laudner, and I hung out with Brennan Lee Mulligan, and I hung out with Amelia Tyler. I hung out with a bunch of famous people, and I didn't put it that much in the video because when you're in a situation where you are hanging out socially with people that are very used to being around fans, I don't know. At least for me, I feel like I have to try as hard. I just don't want to act like a fan. I'm just a normal person. So I didn't ask for any pictures or anything like that. I think I did that maybe too much. I feel like I was almost cold to Brennan when I met him because I was so trying not to act like a fan. I got some schmutz in my beard. You see that? It's going good, Snowy. How's it going? What's up, PC? No, I did not pretend I had no former knowledge of him, but I didn't ask him any questions about any D&D dropout Critical Role stuff. That being said, it was really fun. And when you're hanging out with Australians, everything is funny, and there's a whole lot of banter the whole time. So it was sort of like the first time we hung out, we all went out to dinner, and it was kind of just like Australians making jokes and Brendan Lee Mulligan telling stories and me just like sitting like this the whole time. I was the quietest person at the table by far. I was mostly just having fun and laughing and goofing and gaffing. And there was only like 6 of us. It was very small. And then the other time that we hung out was after the second show they did. And the whole cast except for Jordan hung out. And we went to a bar. And that was much more like chill. That was less like, we're all sitting in a circle staring at each other. And that was more like, they were still sort of sitting in a big circle, but it was like lots of little conversations happening. At one point, Brennan and Zach and Tom and a couple other people started to get into like a very serious conversation about politics. So then me and Demi and her husband, whose also name is Tom, sat on the side and talked about the show Dinosaurs. Do you guys remember that show? Dinosaurs? The Puppet Family show? We had a whole Dinosaurs dialogue. But Australia's great. It's crazy. The craziest thing about Australia is that you have genuine culture shock when you go. And I really didn't expect to. Because I'm used to having culture shock when places feel bizarre or alien or like I don't understand. The language barrier for me is so tied with culture shock. But it's such a different culture than ours. Everything is so different. But also it's in English, so it's very easy to navigate. That being said, they use a lot of words you don't understand. And they have strong beliefs in some ways that I was not used to, and really lacks beliefs in others in ways that I was used to. It was a wild time. It was good. And Amelia Tyler, who is she's the narrator of Baldur's Gate 3, is awesome and super chill and down to earth and very silly.
Have a great stream, my guy. Good to have you back. Got an upcoming Evil Oops All Goblins campaign and wondered if you have any advice to keep the group on track rather than out evil each other?
Okay. First of all, thank you very much. How's it going, Repressed? I hope you're doing well. You got an evil goblin campaign. Well, I think that in general, whenever you have a campaign where the characters have competitive motives or ulterior motives, I think the goal is to put them in front of either an opportunity or a threat that is so much bigger than anything they could accomplish on their own that it sort of forces them to want to work together, even if at the end of that journey they plan on backstabbing everyone to take it all for themselves. But you want to give them either an opportunity or a threat that makes them all decide to look at each other and be like, you know what? For now, let's team up. And that will allow them to still fuck about and get into evil shenanigans, but have that sort of greater good of the team focus. And the truth of the matter is, most campaigns never finish. And even if it does finish, the chances of them all wanting to out-evil each other the whole time, I think, are much lower than them inevitably stumbling into becoming friends and doing more of a Suicide Squad, you know? So, that would be my thought. I hope that helps. If not, go eat a lemon. Better yet, go eat a lemon square. Those are good. Lemon squares are my second favorite square baked good. First person to guess my first one wins. They are high in vitamin C. Might be late to the deadline. There's not really a deadline. The way that the reviews work is that it's a little informal. Basically, if you are a patron or a sub or a member, any of those things, you post them in one place. If you're everybody else, you post them in another. I read the patron sub ones first. And then with the other ones, I try to read all of them, but I might do a little bit of skipping around. Like, if I read 3 subclasses, I might skip to a magic item or something like that, just to keep it a little flowy, you know? Brownies. Yeah, Hakase, come on. Hakase, you know me so well. I'm glad it helps, Repressed. Fun fact, limes have low vitamin C for citrus fruit, meaning the limes packed aboard ships in colonial days. Hence, limeys didn't really do a good job of preventing scurvy. Treporia says, I just banned players for picking the evil alignment at the start. It prevents a lot of drama. I think if everyone wants to play evil characters, I think it's fine. I really have no problem with it. I think it just becomes an issue when evil player means, let me phrase that, when evil character gets in the way of the goal of good game for everybody, you know? But good game for everybody can look at a lot of, that can be a lot of things. One of my favorite campaigns that I ever ran, there was we did like a whole session and a half that was basically just the warlock decided he needed a human sacrifice for his patron to impress his patron because his patron kind of blew him off. And the party, we just did a super evil, they were not evil. It was like not an evil campaign at all. And we just did a whole evil, fucked up mission and a half that genuinely probably would be uncomfortable in most groups, but that group was just like, they wanted to do it. It was fine. It was fun. Dice Admirable. What's up, Dicey? 20 months. Oh my God. Dude, we got to start looking at preschools soon. Holy shit. Thank you. It feels good to be back. The only time I've let someone play an evil character was a Celestial Warlock that was forced into being good by their patron. E-Boy, that is literally the character that I want to play so much, and I have played them in a one-shot, and I want to play them in a campaign. And here's the idea. That is so funny. That is exactly the character I want to play. I want to play a kobold that tries to make a pact with a dragon god, accidentally makes a pact with Bahamut, the platinum dragon, and the sort of the deal of his pact is he literally only has access to his powers when they are in the pursuit of good and justice. So he literally can't shoot Eldritch Blast without purpose from the perspective of like the platinum dragon. And that's the character. And I want to play him so badly, and I want him to be so evil, but really powerless unless he's doing good. So it's like an evil little insect, but that has the power to shoot fucking laser beams for good. I think it's such a fun idea for a character. Yeah, Dice, I agree. I have players that I would let be evil and players that I wouldn't, for sure. But honestly, most of my players that would want to be evil, that I wouldn't let be evil, I don't think they actually would want to be evil. I think they would like it for a session, and then I think they would struggle with the RP in a way that they would get frustrated and inevitably change quickly to being good and kind of hope everyone roleplayed ignoring all the evil shit they did when they were fucking around. That's usually how it goes. For me. Yeah, Trapora, exactly. It's all about the mindset. It's all about the mindset of the player. All right. We could just get started looking at Homebrew. I wanted to give you all the opportunity to ask questions if you had any questions about my trip. But if you don't, that's fine. But I've stared into the eyes of the Dungeon Master of both Critical Role and Dimension 20. So I may have seen some horrors. Part of me was thinking it would be really funny if I just went on a rant and just made up a bunch of stuff about how, like, I just tried to hit every bullet point of potentially offensive or like
Where do I submit
cancelable
stuff? I am finally getting around to balancing my spore myconid species that is con-based, and would love your approval when done.
It is in the Discord. All of it is done through the Discord, and there should be a link to it in the video description on YouTube. Thank you for the 5. I was repressed again, you glorious Tyrannosauri. But yeah, I thought it would be funny if I did a video where I just talked about how like racist and sexist and like performative Brennan Lee Mulligan was, and I just listed off like every single cancelable thing. But then I started streaming. I kind of forgot that was a bit I was gonna do, and then I didn't do it. Oh well. Would you say that in his eyes you saw worlds beyond numbers? I don't know if I saw worlds beyond numbers, but I saw a piercing focus. Have any of you ever read any Terry Pratchett books before? There is a Terry Pratchett book called Night Watch, and it is about... The Terry Pratchett books are weird and silly and magical, but they're also very heartfelt and can be very intense sometimes in a way that lands really nicely. And the book Night Watch is about essentially the guy who is the chief of police and a crazy serial killer both being sent back in time. The crazy serial killer is starting to do evil, crazy shit in the city before the Night's Watch existed, and the chief of police needing to build the Night's Watch and catch the serial killer. And so it's sort of like this cat and mouse game back in time. It's very cool, very fun, great book. But the serial killer in it, one of the things that they describe about him that makes him so intense is that his pupils are tiny. He's got like pin drop pupils. They're just these little beads in the middle of these wide irises. And I would not say that Brennan has tiny pupils, but I will say when he was staring in me in the eyes directly when I was speaking, I felt like I was getting stared at by that character with the intensity of that, the way that Terry Pratchett described that character's stare. So that's how that was. I have not read every Terry Pratchett book, but I should. They are good. I haven't read one that I haven't liked. I think the one that I liked the least was The Color of Magic, which is the first one, I believe. Which kind of makes sense, right? He's like finding his footing. All right, let's take a look at some homebrew. Let's see what kind of shenanigans you guys have been getting up to. Let's see. We got a piece from Baba. We got a piece from our dear Trepora. Is it? How do we pronounce that? Trepora? Trepora. That's probably it. And then we got a piece from Hakase. Lovely. Ooh. You guys want to see him too? You probably should. That would make sense. It would help. Watch this. Bah! There we go. And we can go. I'm going to post this in the chats if you guys want to take a look at it also. Just say Trep. He is definitely an active listener, and he's also, like, just very sharp. Like, he's very quick to respond, but not just respond in a casual way, respond with, like, an interesting question or an unusual perspective or insight in almost any category. Which I think maybe speaks to probably an aspect of why he's such a good dungeon master, is because he's very ready to engage kind of earnestly and thoughtfully in a lot of different topics. All right, so what are we looking at here? This is a rocket wrangler. Okay, so this is from Baba, and Baba told us beforehand. Well, he told me beforehand. He posted in the Discord that the main concern he had with this piece was that he said he felt like it was like missing something. He's like, this is done, but it feels like it's missing something. So let's see if we can figure out what it's missing. By the way, the theme of tonight, if there is a theme, is I just want to look at more polished stuff. So if you have a piece that's like half finished, we'll look at that another night when we're doing like call-in shows. This is more like genuine review. Like it's like I'm right, like if I saw a movie and I was reviewing the movie, less so me fixing your grammar. I can't post Homebrew anymore because it doesn't want to connect my phone to Discord. Alas, it is what it is. Another time. Let's see. Okay, the Rocket Wrangler. First of all, very funny art. Rocket Wranglers are renowned for their recklessness and audacity. Whether their rockets are rickety or refined, they're always ready to... There's a lot of R's. I think that's intentional. To be sent zooming around the... If it's not intentional, just know that. Battlefield trailing smoke and flame. Rocket Wranglers are just as happy to send their creations careening into formations of enemies as they are to go blast themselves into the battlefield. I think this is too long, but I think it's good. But I think it's too long. Or at least it's this sentence is sort of saying the same thing as this sentence. And I don't literally mean they're saying the same thing, but they're doing the same thing. It's like, they're going to be this and this, and they're this and this. And this is like, they're going to be this and this, and they're this and this. We need a little diversity and flow, you know? We get proficiency in smith's tools and brewer's supplies. We get two tools proficiencies. Is this to make the gasoline? Let's see what spells we get. Longstrider, Burning Hands, Gust of Wind, Pyrotechnics. Okay, so we get like a combination of like the... What's the artificer that gets the little cannon? The artillerist. This is like half artillerist, half mobility. That's sort of the vibe so far, at least in terms of the spells. Rockets. Long ability. That's okay. It's the third level. We can have a long third level ability. You've learned how to it's called rockets, by the way. You've learned how to manufacture magical rockets. Using smithing tools, you can take an action to magically create one small rocket in an unoccupied space on a horizontal surface within 5 feet of you. Why does it need to be on a surface? You can create... What happened? Orca Ace, welcome back. Welcome back. 7 months. Love you, buddy. Thanks so much. You can create a total number of rockets equal to your proficiency bonus. Regaining all uses when you complete a long rest, but you can only have a number of rockets equal to half your proficiency bonus at one time. I hate how complicated this is immediately. My immediate thought before I know what this is why is this balanced in such a way that we should have an amount equal to our proficiency bonus, but we should only have access to an amount equal to half our proficiency bonus at a time? I don't like that. I don't like when that is how we're balancing something. That just feels too complicated. It's just like it's a spin in a spin. We don't need to be spinning so much. Is it so important that we can have more than one of these things out at a time? That's my first thought. I don't even know what they do yet. If you create more than that, the rockets farthest from you disappear. Again, we're just adding more complication. You can use a bonus action to attach a rocket to yourself, and you can remove it from yourself on your turn. No action required. Okay, so you can... Okay, Okay, so we can silly hold on. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you're going to attach it to yourselves, I think the picture should be different. Otherwise, I think you should say bonus action to grab on. When you create a rocket, you determine its appearance. Oh, it has health and an AC. Okay. I guess that makes sense. The crab has health and AC. You can dismiss it early as an action. How can you rebuild it? Oh, I guess this is how you rebuild it. Duh, stupid. Okay, so let's see what these things do. On each of your turns, you can take a bonus action to activate the rocket if you are within 100 feet of it. Okay, so far this functions very, very similarly to the artillerist artificer, where they get a little crab that they can use a bonus action to make do stuff and to walk around. The difference here, I think, is the crab has a range that I think is shorter than this. Maybe? I actually don't know. Let's check. Let's check, because this is really reminding me of that so far. Oh, am I not logged in? Oh my god. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me log in. Okay, let's try that again. Look how professional I was. I turned my screen off for a second. Okay. Artillerist. So let's just see what they do. You get a tiny little guy. They have AC and hit points. They can heal with mending, though. This one, it has to be within 60 feet of you. Okay. That is the main difference so far. One of you sent in Homebrew that is something called, like, the Glyph Warden. And you didn't tell me what class it was for. And because of the way the 2024 rules work, if you don't say what class it's for, it's very unclear what class it's for. It literally could be for any spellcaster. So I would make sure to tell me what class it's for. I guess it couldn't be for a paladin. I think they still get aura stuff. But it was a funny thought when I saw it, where I was like, oh, this is an interesting thing where if you don't clarify the class, because everyone gets their subclass features at the same level now. Anyway, okay, let's see what this thing does. If you're within 100 feet of it, you can use a bonus action to do one of the following things. 15-foot cone that does strength saving throw, or 10 feet, or they're pushed 10 feet and they take 2d6 fire damage. Okay. Crash. The rocket fires at a creature, and you can see within any creature you can see within 60 feet. They have to make a dex save, or they take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. If the creature is the same size or smaller, they are pushed 30 feet in a straight line in the direction of your choice. It should be in the direction opposite the rocket, surely. Right? That wouldn't make sense. You fire the rocket at you and you go shoot them backwards. Okay. And then we have launch, which I'm assuming is just a different way to fly it. If the rocket is attached to you, you move with the rocket. If there's a willing creature holding onto the rocket, they can take a little fire damage and make a strength saving throw to attempt to ride along also. Okay, so there's some interesting stuff happening here for sure. Let's talk about what I like, and then let's talk about where I think you're missing some of the magic. I really like the idea of you having a device that you can remote control drive around, that you can also hold on to drive around with. I think that's really fun and funny. And I like the idea of fighting with it by driving it into stuff. I think all of that's great. I think the issue that I'm bumping up with here is that in this is too much of the artillerist. This is just the artillerist, but better. The artillerist literally gets a 15-foot cone damage thing, except it doesn't get any push ability. The artillerist can only move their creature 15 feet at a time. The artillerist also gets like a single ranged attack, but that doesn't get any push abilities. And another way to think about that, if you want to twist this a little bit, so the main, like 2/3 of this feels really similar to the artillerist. And the one thing that's unique, the way that it's written right now, unless I'm misreading it, unless creatures are actively wasting their attacks to target your rocket, this ability just gives you a permanent bonus action 60-foot fly speed. Or bonus action 60-foot straight line rocket. Forever. Which feels like a lot to have that as a bonus action forever. I don't know. That feels like a lot to me. So I think what I would do if I were you is I would stop trying to make this like the artillerist. And I would lean a lot harder into what makes this unique, which is that this thing is flying around and you're flying around with it. I would drop all this stuff. And I would basically maybe keep an element of launch and then make it so launch just does things when you careen into creatures. Like, what if if you make a weapon attack against a creature on the same turn that you would go within 5 feet of them after launch, like you're propelling yourself and then you're holding your weapon, what if you could deal extra damage, right? Or what if you get some special, it's not like a smite, but like some unique debuffs or special ways you can attack by riding your rocket into battle. Or using your rocket to, like, knock people out of the way or things like that. Dice Admiral says doing these things should just consume a rocket, solves a lot of problems. I suppose it could. You would need to make these stronger. But that definitely could. That would be it would be a little bit different. But that could also definitely work. It would make it a little different. But I guess that's the way to think about it. Do you want your rockets to be like exploding all the time and you're constantly making new ones, or do you want your rocket to be like a thing that you drive around and occasionally explode? Because if you want it to be lots of little things that you explode, then I think Dice has a good point here. Let's see what we get at level 5. You have incorporated miniature rockets into your weapons. When you hit with a creature with a weapon attack, it deals 2d8 damage. This is a fine feature. This should just be tied to when you're... This should literally be the thing that I just said, when you're like, when you launch into a creature, you should get to do more damage to them. I think that's fine. I think building this class around being a combat-based class, but not getting extra attack, and having it have more of like a sneak attack vibe where it can conditionally do a lot of extra damage, I think is really fun. High risk, high reward more compared to then like extra attack, especially if we're not getting advantage on that attack. But yeah, I would try to tie it more into the gameplay loop a little bit more. When you hit a creature that is no more than one size larger than you with a weapon attack, you can force them to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, you can push them 10 feet in any direction, knock them prone. Maybe you can pick between doing these two things. This just feels like a hat on a hat. I'm not sure why we're getting this here. This feels like a thing we could get at 3rd level, or this feels like a thing that we should get that we're picking between. Yeah, rocket-assisted sword, which I think is a really fun idea. At 9th level, we get advanced guidance. You can use your bonus action to activate 2 rockets instead of 1. The option you choose for each activation can be different. If they move during the activation, they don't need to move in a straight line. I think that realistically, you are overcomplicating this thing with the amount of rockets you can have at a time versus the proficiency bullshit. I think if you want to be able to make double rockets, I think that's fine. That's your capstone. That shouldn't be your 9th level feature. That's doubling your core ability. That's your capstone. If you don't want that to be your capstone, I think you gotta fuck around with how your rockets work a little bit and lean way more into them being littler and less hectic. Or littler and like you don't have as many. Like they fizzle. Let's see what we get with the big one. Once per long rest, you can create a rocket. Its size can be medium instead of small. You've built this whole different mechanic into this thing where they push creatures based off of their size. And that's the only logical reason why I understand why you're deciding to make the rocket get bigger. I feel like that's really tedious. I think you should just give it size limitations. At level 3, it can push a creature that's medium or smaller. At level, when you do this one, it can push a creature that's large or smaller or something like that. I feel like it's, because it's requiring you to add so many extra words, and it just feels, I don't know, it just feels unnecessary. If you're within 200 feet of this rocket, you can detonate it as an action, forcing other creatures to make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take a bunch of damage and they're pushed back. This is just a super big fireball. It's fine. It's not even that big of a fireball. Like a regular fireball does 8d6. This is just 10d6. So it's not that strong. It's like, it's like 4th level, maybe 5th level. It's like a bad 5th level spell strong. Maybe it's like a 4th level spell strong, which is kind of okay, but it's also like, I don't know. I think it should be bigger or more punchy than just a fireball spell. It should feel different, right? It shouldn't feel like we're casting fireball. It should feel like we're doing something that just this rocket can do. So yeah, I think my main feedback is that I think the core mechanic is a little bloated in the way you're doing it. This idea of you summon the rockets, and then you can keep them alive and have them do all of these things, and then sort of resummon new ones, and I feel like I don't make them rockets that you can launch and explode, or make them rockets that you drive around. Pick a lane and then focus on making that lane good, because you're sort of dipping your toes in both in a way that feels kind of blechy. Stop trying to make it the artillerist. It's limiting you. You're spending a lot of time in the middle, yeah, I mean, all this stuff is kind of okay. I think you just need to rebuild it a little bit so that it ties more into the core mechanic. But right now, the core mechanic is too blechy. It's too artillerist. We don't need another artillerist. Those be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. I don't believe they're in the chat at the moment, but no worries. Too much knockback on different abilities. It doesn't really fit the rocket aesthetic. I think if they wanted to lean into like the rockets doing concussive blasts, it could. But yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Where's my little applause button? Where is it? There it is. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Let's take a look at something else. The next piece we have is called Ghost Poem. Now, the creator of Ghost Poem sent me a whole bunch of notes on it, so I do want to read them first. Normally, I would say, if possible, I don't want to have to read a lot of notes. I kind of want your item to stand up for itself, but I skimmed it, and I'm going to be honest, I was a little confused by it, so I do want to read the notes first. Note 1. I wrote this to intentionally need to be used in a building within a set range of where a crime happened, but not necessarily in the building where the crime happened. Okay, I don't love that sentence. That sentence is frustrating, but I love you. That already makes me feel like this is too specific. GM discretion on whether to require they be within range of the crime itself or a relevant location. This is basically a magic item that provides a vague hint with strong Revenge of the Fallen flavor. DM discretion should always decide what counts as a poem or a lyric. Okay, I'm just going to read the item. These clues are not giving me enough insight to, I think, matter at the moment. If you're here, you can clarify. If not, we're going to let the item speak for itself. Okay. Let me... Oh, I did pull it up. Let's reorganize our page a little bit here. So, in skimming this item, I'm going to tell you what I think my feedback's going to be before I read it. I feel like what you did was you wrote an encounter into an item. That's what my gut said as I was skimming this, but I'm going to read it more fully now. Ghost Poem. This scroll of faintly glowing parchment is covered in shifting green script, written in an indecipherable language. The scroll carries a constant odor of decay. Despite never showing signs of mold or rot, all attempts to comprehend the writing, magical or mundane, automatically fail. A ghost poem can... So this is a scroll, by the way. A ghost poem can only be activated when specific conditions are met. You must speak its command word, discoverable with the identity spell, while inside a building within 300 feet of a crime scene, no older than 30 days. So my first thought is, if these are the conditions that we have to meet, write these as bullet points. This is confusing the way this is like, it's just a confusing sentence, right? Like there's too many pieces of information after information after information without a break. So just bullet point these. It's going to make it so much easier to read. And there's more. There's more. It just keeps on going. Like this is just a paragraph of criteria for this item to work. So bullet point this. Otherwise, this is tedious at best. When you activate the ghost poem, you immediately learn which of its activation options determined when this item is created. See activation options may be chosen. Speaking the command word a second time allows you to activate one of those abilities. All right, well, let's look at what the activation options are now. So So if your goal is to share this publicly, I think you need to restructure how this is written. This whole part, this shouldn't be in the middle of the item. If there's something that we need to do when the item is created, that should be above the item in like an asterisk in like Dungeon Master's notes or something. Like having it in the middle of the item just adds to the complexity of the feeling of this item before we're even like there. You argued against adding it at all. I'm confused. Did you not make this? Is this someone else's homebrew? Or did you make this as like part of a team? Oh, I see. Yeah, and like, what is this system? Why are we rolling 2d8 and using this weird rubber band system? So if you're like, okay, there's 4 options. I want them to have the ability to have potentially any number of those 4 options, or only 3 of those 4 options. There's one of 2 ways you do this. If you want them to be able to have any of those 4 options, but potentially not all of them, then here's what you say. There's 4 things here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Have them roll 4d4. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. If they roll any 1s, they get this. If they roll any 2s, they get this. If they roll any 3s, they get this. If they roll any 4s, they get this. So if they roll a 1 and a 3 and a 2, they get all of these. That's one way you could do it. Now, if you're thinking about it like, I want them to be able to get 3 options, but not 4, then make it roll a d4. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. And whichever number you roll is the one you don't give them. That's so much easier than needing to roll 2d8 and then to consult the table. The table is insane, dude. The table in the middle of the magic item. I feel like I'm doing like fucking math. I mean, like, I feel like I'm like, what was it called in math? Matrices. I feel like I'm doing matrices. Yeah, it's way too complicated for what it's doing. This is such a silly amount of work for a system that's just get 3 of the 4 options. Or get 1 of the 4 options or whatever. Okay, let's see what happens though. Okay, so basically, let me just make, I'm going to review, okay, so what it seems like the item does so far is that it's very limited in its use. Basically, if you are inside a building, if you know the correct command word, the spell will activate, but you also need to be in a building specifically where you are within 300 feet of a crime that has been committed within a month, and it has to have been committed in a way that has caused a death, and that death has to have been of a creature that comprehends a language. That's so many specific things that it makes me feel like what you've done here is like it's you're building too many barriers to try to get it to do what you want it to do. What you want it to do is you want it to say if there's been a murder, right? If somebody's caused a death. So I think you could get rid of like 80% of this, and you could just say like something along the lines of like, once you activate the scroll, you know, if if a sentient creature has committed murder within 300 feet of this, blah, 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 you can learn some information about them. But you don't need to like break it down this intensely. It's way too fucking much. I'm not talking about removing the barriers. I'm talking about the way it's written. It's so overly wordy. All right, let's see what this thing actually does. Once an ability is activated, the scroll floats into the air, glowing faintly green, and the scent of mold and dust fills the building. This is way too tedious. And when I say an item is tedious, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying it in an insulting way. But I'm being honest. Like, this thing has how many different activation clauses? It has more than 4. It's a tedious item. Okay? That's just what it is. That's fine. They exist. But when you have an item that is tedious, where there's a lot you need to keep track of to even just use it properly, or to even understand how to use it, you don't want to be cluttering the mechanics with flavor text. So stop. So get the flavor text out of here. At this point, we are too deep in the weeds for you to be throwing us a bottle of water. You know what I mean? We need we need some binoculars. The writing continues to shift and the scroll remains indecipherable in this state for 3 days. Okay, so the only information here that matters, the only information here that we need is that this, whatever this ability is that this is activating, lasts for 3 days. And you don't put the duration of the thing at the beginning, you put the duration of the thing at the end. So at the end of this paragraph, you would say something like, once this scroll is activated, it remains in this state for 3 days. Or 72 hours. I'd probably do 72 hours. Or whatever 48 plus 24 is. I think it's 72. Just because what does a day mean? Does it tick at a certain time, you know? Okay, let's see what it actually does. During that time, if any creature that can read a language, I don't think you need to say that, because I think you could argue if any creature attempts to read the spell, because if you can't read, then it wouldn't change your ability to, you wouldn't magically now be able to read. So I feel like you don't need that necessarily. Can focus on the text. All creatures in the building hear a ghostly voice as if by telepathy. The spell, what? As if by telepathy, the spell? Just cut that whole sentence out. That whole middle part out. That seems to echo through the building. Because telepathy doesn't echo. Come on now, you silly goose. Yeah. I'm gonna read the rest of it because I want to understand exactly what it does before I give any concrete advice. But my main advice, I'm 99% sure, is going to be what you have built here is not a magic item. What you have built here is a template for dungeon masters if their players are having a hard time figure something out. Which is fun, but I think it's way too tedious to make it into a magic item. I think it's more of just like a dungeon master advice. Let's see. Okay, what can it do? Okay, they hear a ghostly voice. The voice recites a short poem or a lyric providing vague hints that relates to the crime which fulfilled the activation costs and chosen abilities. Okay. So the first, okay, yeah. So we get so basically the way this works is all of the nonsense is dealt with. We solve the quest of the magic item, and now we get some number of clues. And those clues come in the forms of either a poem or a limerick about the location related to the crime, or a lyric, or something about the motive of the crime, something about one of the perpetrators, their looks or behavior, or something about the intended victims of the crime. So we basically get one of 3 clues. So, yeah, Hakase, I think, is hitting the nail on the head. You have written this like Dungeon Master instructions. You haven't written this like a magic item, which is okay. But but this really is not a magic item, right? Like what is this? How if I as a Dungeon Master want to put this in my game, I need to figure out all of this information, and then a fucking poem or a song or a lyric related to that information. So you're not giving us any of the actual machines. You're giving us a workshop to build the machine. Does that make sense? But I do want to talk a little bit about some of your writing, because I do think there's some stuff that is worth just addressing that I think will help your writing in general improve, regardless of this specific thing, whether it should or shouldn't be an item. Let's just talk about the way that you wrote this activated ability. This is long, right? There's a lot of words in this sentence. So what is this actually doing? What does this feature do? The way that it's written right now, it takes up a lot of words to say. And what it does is once the item is activated, it whispers a couple clues. That's what it does. So how can we make this do everything it's supposed to do, but not take up this many words to say and not be this like kind of complicated to read? What if instead of saying all of the things that it's saying right now, what if it says once activated, whenever a creature attempts to read the scroll, whispers can be heard within a 300-foot emanation, or whispers can be heard all throughout the building. Those whispers provide one of the following things. And then you say, compass of verse, ba 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 ba, or whatever, something like that. But literally, it could just be that. You don't need to be using all of these language about the conditions and abilities again. You don't need to talk about how they seem to echo. You don't need to talk about it being like the telepathy spell. You're using so many words that you don't need to use. And I think that will massively help your writing improve if you just focus in on literally what the thing does and not trying to describe it like you're clarifying points. The last thing that the item does is we get this curse. Where basically after you use the item for a little bit, roughly a week, give or take, you can't recover from long rests, and you can't recover, basically don't get long rest recovery until you solve the crime. So it's sort of like a payment for using the item, which I think is really cool, by the way. It basically puts a timer. It's like if you get a clue, but now there's a timer. And I think that is a really fucking awesome mechanic. Like, I think that this is really fun and really cool, but I would not put this in a magic item. Again, this is like, when I'm reading this now that I kind of understand totally what it does, this is the opening of a new arc in a campaign. You know? That's what this is. This isn't a magic item. This is the beginning of an adventure. And there's some new stakes in the adventure with this weird curse. Hakase says, I'd consider removing the requirements of being near a crime scene. It makes the item so specific that it might be really hard to use. Yeah, I mean, you could remove that, right? You could basically just say when you activate the item, if a crime has been committed within the past blah, 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 this thing happens. I think that's totally fine. But overall, I think what you've, yeah, like I would say I would hesitate to keep this a magic item. I think that if you want this to be a magic item, you got to make, unless you just plan on using it for yourself, I would really try to sell it or share it as a tool for a dungeon master to use to start an adventure or to kickstart or as a risk reward encounter mechanic. More so than a risk reward encounter in a campaign than a magic item. And if I think if I did make it a magic item, I probably the player facing side of the magic item would be pretty simple. Like, I think the player facing side of the magic item would basically say, like, if you activate this scroll within a certain radius of the crime scene, roll 2d4 or 1d4, and you get some amount of hints, and then you get and the scroll and the magic of the scroll compels you to complete the quest, and I sort of keep all of the other information sort of hidden. The reason for limiting the distance was a way for the DM to control when and where it could be used. But yeah, but like, what's the point of a magic item if it needs that? I don't know. I think if a magic item really needs that, then I think don't make it a magic item. Make it something that the players encounter. You know, make it a fixed item in the world. Anyway, I think it's an interesting idea. My honest response is I don't think it works really well as a magic item, at least in the way that it's working right now. I think it works really well as a template for running a high stakes murder mystery. You know? It's like, hey, do you want to run a murder mystery? Consider incorporating this mechanic where there is this somewhat cursed knowledge the players can tap into that will give them clues, but then sort of eat away at them and make it harder for them to move forward. That's really cool. I think that's awesome. So I would lean into that, and or sort of rebuild it to be more functioning as a magic item in a way that magic items are intended to be something where they are one of those places where the players have more agency. You know, you want a magic item to be able to throw you for a loop. That's what I made it as originally. Literally opened a campaign with one just floating in there. Yeah, like I said, I think that's awesome. But again, not everything made for a campaign needs to be a magic item in the traditional sense. Sometimes they work better as an encounter in the game world. I smell like wet paint. Why do I smell wet paint? What's going on outside? Weird world. Give me 1 second. There's a weird toxic smell outside of my window. I want to see what that is. I'll be right back. BRB. But then we'll look at more magic items and stuff. I'm back. I don't see anything on the internets. Anybody know if there's been like a factory explosion in Philly or something crazy like that? Who's to say? It's crazy smelling. Somebody internet it for me. Somebody figure it out. Jesus Christ. I just opened Twitter and it was just porn. I haven't been on Twitter in so long. I don't even look at it. That's not even the place to look at it. It's just politics now. Where's weird smell? All right, well, I closed my window. All right, where am I? I'm back. Sorry about that. No, it was coming from outside, dude. I opened the window and it was like, but I gotta close my door. 1 second. Oh. 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 Oh, I forgot my tea. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Oh, there it is. There be the tea. Boom, we're back. What's up, Dane? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what it was. My dad just texted me. He's sending me weird videos. All right, I'm going to try to figure out why my neighborhood smells like toxic waste. But in the meantime, I think we got a little bit more homebrew to look at. What's up, Triz? How can I submit homebrew? Through the Discord, Violin. Through the Discord. The last... Oh, wait. I think we have one more member piece to look at. Let me just check. Yeah. And then we'll go to the wide open world of all you jabronis. This is a fairly involved subclass based on a character from Valve's most recent game, Deadlock, a first-person shooter MOBA. My instinct tells me some of the features need to be toned down further, but after working on this for so long with so many different people, I feel too close to have a good perspective. That is totally fair, my friend, and a very normal way to feel. I think that is one of the most important things about getting feedback, is not just getting feedback, but making sure you find the time to away from your homebrew, so you can sort of look at it with fresh eyes on occasion, or get someone else to look at it. I'm doing pretty good, Tris. I'm doing pretty good. This is my first stream in like a month. I don't even, you know what? I've also been doing this thing lately where I don't have any of my stream stuff in front of me. Like, the only thing I can see is OBS, so I can do funny stuff like this. But I don't have like the I can't see how many people are watching, so I don't even know who's here. Well, I know who's here. This in chat. Anyway, let's go. Ready, set, boom. All right, Hakase. See you later, buddy. All right, let's make this a little bit bigger. GM, how are you doing, buddy? GM, when are we gonna start playing? Speaking of that. Guys, did you know that GM Workshop is going to be running an actual play that I'm going to be playing in? He fucking better be. He promised he would. It's up to us? Oh, shit. All right. Well, Zach's in Perth right now for a wedding. But when he gets back, I'll hound him. But yeah, I think we just gotta basically set in stone dates so we can be ready with our schedules and set in stone players. Did we figure out who we want to be in it other than the three of us? We need at least someone that isn't like painfully balding men. And Zach's gonna be balding because I've cursed him. He's not balding yet. But we sort of, you know, we're stages of balding. I'm in the middle. He's on one side and you're on the other. So we need someone to break up that line. We're too linear right now, you know? Dude, the space sharks are fucking awesome. Dude, the space sharks are... Okay, so, yeah. First of all, I'm so glad that... Yeah, listen, it's crazy meeting people, right? Am I taller or shorter than you thought? But I love the space sharks, man. I love them. They're good people. They swim in the sea above the stars, and they dip down into the world of space to fuck shit up. The leader of the space, I think it's the leader of the space sharks. I might be having this wrong, but I think the leader of the space sharks has a weapon that is a glove that the inside of the fingers of the glove are laced with little chain swords. And the palm is a big chain sword. So he's just got like chain sword hands. It's awesome. That's the thing about Warhammer. Sometimes it's just fun. Sometimes it's just awesome and fun and a little silly. And it's just like, hey, you know what would be dumb but also really cool? Let's do that. Let's do that one. And they wear Sharky helmets. Oh, they're the best. They're the best. Where'd the music go? Should we switch types? Should we go more fantasy? Or should we be more fantastical? Okay. His whole forearm is a chainsword? Oh, I didn't know that. See, I get my facts wrong sometimes. What's up, Vay? How's it going? You never caught me live? Well, we're doing a homebrew review / if you guys want to ask me questions about my trip to Australia, I will answer them. But mostly people just want to talk homebrew. You know how it is. Are you getting hyped for PAX Unplugged? I am getting hyped for PAX Unplugged. Sorry, I was texting. Or I guess not texting. Messaging. Anyway, let's take a look at this homebrew. But yeah, PAX Unplugged is going to be sick. I'm on a panel on Sunday with my buddy Zach and Iffy Wadiway. And we are playing D&D but real. Where it's D&D, but we don't roll dice. Instead of rolling dice, we have to do tasks like in Taskmaster. So if you're in Philly, you should come to that. Sydney or Melbourne, which did you like more? That is a hard question. I think that they... So I experienced them in very different ways. One second. So Melbourne, I was there for convention mode. So I was really in like party mode in Melbourne. I was like bouncing around between bars and PAX and like just hanging out with a bunch of content creators. So I don't know how much I experienced the city of Melbourne outside of like that. And then Sydney was a lot of like touring around and seeing little sights. And so I don't know I don't really know how much of, I don't know. They feel, I like them both. Melbourne I didn't really see downtown city Melbourne. I think I saw convention Riverside Melbourne. But I liked them both a lot. All right, let's take a look at this complicated fighter. Now, Hakase, if you guys don't know, they're not here at the moment, but they're going to check in on this later. Hakase is someone who stuff I've looked at a lot. They're a pretty cool writer. They're a fun creature in the universe. But as with all brilliant creators, they have their leanings. And Hakase has in the past done this thing where they try to make homebrew based off of an anime, and they try to be as accurate as possible. And sometimes in the past they have struggled with accuracy leading to over complexity in the actual mechanics. I think that sounds like what they're having the issue with here, maybe, but we're unclear. We're gonna see. This is based off of something that I don't know what it is. It's a character from a video game, so I'm going to do the thing where if something really doesn't make any sense to me, I'm going to assume it has something to do with the video game. Just to tell you guys again what video game it's based off of, because you might know. Deadlock, a first-person MOBA. So it's the new Valve game is what this is based, a character from that. So if there's something that doesn't make sense, that is probably why it's there. But still worth pointing out that without the context, it might not make sense. What's up, Goran S'more? Welcome to the game. Welcome to the show. Love to see ya. How you doing, buddy? This is the Concierge Fighter. Concierge fighters are emissaries of otherworldly establishments, often hospitality for the gods. That is a really fun idea for a character. Beyond their employer's premises, they retain use of enchanted equipment such as bells to maintain order and doors for explicit travel. Some mortals dream of receiving divine treatment, while others worry if the mortal mind can survive such experiences. This is a bad sentence. You are a better writer than this, Hakase. Get rid of it. Give a concierge enough problems, and they might just give you a glimpse of the other side. This is a fine sentence, but this is not a good lead-up. You don't. This punch doesn't land because of this. Get rid of it. You're considering applying for the game design position at WotC. That's exciting. Do you know what branch it's under? Do you know if it would be D&D or Magic or something else? For D&D, that's really cool. That's really cool. I don't know anything about their hiring process, so all I can tell you is good luck. I will say this, it is probably going to get 1,000 million applications. So just be wary. And if you get through even the first level of applications, right? Like if they take you on for a follow-up interview, but you don't get the job, even if you just do that, even if just that happens, you should be proud of yourself, because there's going to be a lot of people that don't even get that. And if you don't hear back from them, you should also not worry about it, because at the end of the day, if we're being honest with ourselves, a lot of the best designers right now are not working for WotC. Anyway, let's take a look at this homebrew. Service with a smile. I am actually familiar with this character. I saw a video of them on TikTok. Okay, so you're a fighter, but you have this weird little magic. You have bellhop powers, interdimensional bellhop powers. Service with a smile. Service points. You have a number of service points equal to your intelligence modifier, which you regain when you finish a short or a long rest. They fuel the features. So this is going to be similar to, how many do you get? Not that many. Intelligence modifier. So your intelligence, so you're going to have like 3 at best, probably. Here's a thought. Genuine question, chat. When you imagine someone that is the celestial bellhop, an interdimensional bellhop for a powerful divine establishment, I know that we imagine someone rather snooty, right? A little, yes, quite, indubitably. But would you make them an intelligence creature or a charisma creature? I think they would be charisma. I might make this a charisma fighter, not an intelligence fighter. Just from the, I mean, maybe in the mechanics it'll make more sense, but I feel like a great bellhop may appear quite intelligent, but it's really they're fulfilling their role. You know what I mean? They're really good. What are they really good at? They're really good at presenting. Gore, I think you are being too philosophical about it, but I also appreciate that. I think that probably to be a good bellhop, you need charisma. To be a great bellhop, you need wisdom. But we are not here for, but the greats are like, you know, that's like Uncle Iroh teaches you that at the end of the adventure. We're talking about the first 3 chapters. You know, we got to get through book 1 through 2, book 1 and 2 first. A concierge knows all the secret knowledge about a town. Listen, you can come up with random facts that apply to concierges for any argument here. What I am saying is, when it comes down to it, being a concierge is about being good with people. And being good with people in D&D is charisma. All right, let's see what we can do with our points here. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 service point to conjure or relocate up to 2 linked doors, each flush with a flat, solid surface you can see within 30 feet. Are you creating these? You need to change the way this is written to say you can summon 2 linked doors or create 2 linked doors, even if technically they already exist because you're bringing them from this other dimension. Think about the logic of how your D&D brain works when you're reading mechanics. You're summoning these. Use the right language for the game mechanics. Otherwise, this is going to just fall apart immediately. They appear on a flat or solid surface you can see within 30 feet. Up to 10 feet in both dimensions. Can't appear on smaller surfaces. The doors form a single doorway connecting their locations, including line of sight, area effects, entering one doorway, exit the other. Okay. I think other than your silly language here about linking and... Oh, I guess you say conjure. You do say conjure. I did a whole ramble there. I just skipped that word. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hakase. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I apologize. Let me read that again. So I said... Oh, okay. Okay, I think that was totally my fuck up. Totally my fuck up. That being said, I already don't like that you are already making it stronger than it should be by being able to relocate them. That already is making this too strong, right? I don't know. That immediately is the concern. Let's see. A creature, because the other thing is, what's the difference between summoning and relocating, technically? I don't think there is one. I guess, well, no, let me phrase that. You're not expending, you are expending a resource, so it literally is the same. So it's not overpowered. Oh my god, where's my fucking brain? But it's just a waste of words that you don't need, and it's complicating my brain. So it's going to complicate someone else's brain. So far, it is very similar to Arcane Gate. A creature that would be moved through the door when it appears can make a dex saving throw. On a successful save, it can use its reaction to move up to its speed to avoid moving. I just may move out of the way, right? I don't think they should give them a 30-foot movement bonus if they're falling. It should just allow them to land harmlessly next to it. Doors can last up to a minute, refreshing whenever you expend a service point. A door disappears early if dismissed, or you conjure a third door. Why are we... What? I thought you conjure 2 doors at the same time. Does it take... Why? How? Literally, how do you conjure a third door? Stop that. Just get rid of that. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, who cares if a lone door is in... Like, what? Okay, so here's what started... This is what's happening. This is what's happening. This is what I think is happening. In my mind, what's happening is that as the designer, you want to create a situation where you can sort of be leapfrogging doors. I make one door disappear, I make another door appear, and I'm sort of like slingshotting them almost. That is overcomplicating this game mechanic, dude. Making you be able to instantly summon 2 linked portals, that's enough. Just make it you summon 2, you dismiss them both. You summon 2, you dismiss them both. Don't do this, you summon 1, summon 2, summon 3. Don't do any of that. Literally cut all of that out. That is a waste of space. It is overcomplicating it. So, if we boil this down to brass tacks, what this whole ability boils down to is you can essentially create a teleporter on 2 fixed flat surface locations. That's basically what it is. It lasts a minute. It's not exactly a teleporter. It's a gate, so you can like shoot through it. So it's a bit stronger than a teleporter. I don't think Arcane Gate is that limited. I want to see how limited Arcane Gate is, because that is worth thinking about here in terms of power. Because that is the only spell that does that. I think this is Legacy, so we'll stick with Legacy. Oh, you guys can't see this at all. There you go. And now you can't see it at all either. What if I do this? There we go. Okay. 6th level spell. Lasts 10 minutes, range 500 feet. 2 points on the ground. You can see 1 point within 10 feet of you, 1 point within 500 feet of you. Okay. So, it's very similar in what it's doing, but it's way weaker. Arcane Gate is 500 feet in 10 minutes. This is 30 feet in 1 minute. So, it's still quite strong, but I don't think it's, like, stupidly overpowered. I do think it's really strong. There's no denying that it's quite strong. And we are not done with what we're doing. We are getting other features in addition to that. Let's see what Ring for Service does. When you take the attack action, you can expend 1 service point to make 1 attack with a conjured call bell. This ranged weapon has the finesse and thrown properties. On a hit, it deals psychic damage equal to 1d6 plus the ability modifier. Why would you do that? Okay, so unless I'm reading this right, it costs the same amount of resources to create a 1 minute long portal teleporter that it does to throw 1 psychic knife. Am I reading that wrong? Am I reading that right? That's... Okay, let's... Hopefully... that seems weird. Let's see what else it does. Hit or miss, the bell rings before disappearing. Each creature you choose within 10 feet of the target has to make a wisdom save. On a failed save, they take 1d8 psychic damage, and they have disadvantage on their next attack, and their speed is halved until the start of your next turn. All of that just happens... Oh, I guess on a wisdom save. Okay. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage. When you get to higher levels, they do higher things. This is tricky, Hakase. This is tricky. Because these feel so fucking random, dude. I'm going to be really... You're going to be so upset with me. But I feel like what you've done is instead of making a fighter subclass, you've created 2 magic items. That's what these both feel like, man. This feels like a limited use magic item. This feels like a limited use magic item. These don't feel like class features. And they don't feel like they connect literally at all. Like, I think this could feel like a class feature if the other one sort of felt like it linked more to this, because this could be a core class feature. This totally could. But this just genuinely just feels random, and it makes them, it kind of spoils the feeling of this one a little bit for me. Like, it really makes them both just feel like you just made magic items, which are cool. We love magic items. But, like, why are we getting, aside from the fact that I'm sure that these are just, you're replicating moves of the characters, and that's fine. But you got to figure out, you got to make them tied a little bit more logically. There needs to be something that's tying these things together. I don't understand why we have a teleportation door, and then we have the ability to throw a psychic bomb that basically slows everyone down. I'm not sure why we're getting time bomb, because that's kind of what it is, right? Movement speed, halved, disadvantage on attack roll. It's basically like they're weakened, they're slowed. So I think you need to figure out how to sell the fiction of these things being linked more, or this doesn't work for me as the second, third level feature. I think this is really cool. I would keep this one, and I would probably drop this one and come up with a different third level feature that was sort of like a ribbon feature, or maybe like ribbon feature plus, where it was a infinite use feature that was like helped sell the fiction of this subclass. That was situationally useful. Like, what if you could ritually cast invisible, what's it called? Invisible helper, invisible friend. What's that spell called? Silent servant. You know, the thing where you get a little butler. Or what if you could cast prestidigitation and the silent servant spell to do butlery things, you know? Because you can think of creative ways to use those. Unseen servant. Yeah, like, you know, yeah, unseen servant. Thank you. Or something like when a creature speaks using a language from the outer planes, or when a creature when you communicate with a creature that is not from your not from the material plane, you get some bonus, or you get the ability to understand their language even if you don't normally speak it, or you can communicate through gestures and vocalization simple ideas even if you don't share language, if they're from like another plane of existence, something like that. But something that helps sell the fiction of what you've essentially described this thing as. The other thing is that, you know, you're a fighter, so you want to give the fighter some ability to be better at fighting in the subclass, no question. This doesn't feel like that. This just feels like a random special move that eats away at our ability to use our really cool feature. So what I might do if I were you is give them some ability to be better at fighting while using their doors. Or, something like, something that is sort of like a unique, like make this a unique weapon that they just always have and don't make it quite so strong. Like they just get a little bell, and whenever you take the attack action, instead of making an attack, you can ring your bell, and you can do a little AoE thing, or shoot a little AoE thing. But I could also see basically building this in such a way that it's like when you attack through a door, whether one of your doors or a different door, you get some bonus, you know? So you could like summon a door to attack through, but you could also just stand in doorways. I don't know, something like that. Something to help sell this fiction a little bit more. That ties into the core fighter more holistically as well. That's not just like a little button move. Let's see what we get at 7th. Rubbing shoulders with deities has granted you access to otherworldly knowledge. You gain proficiency in Arcana and Religion. If you already have those, you get something else. Additionally, you can cast Contact with a Plane as a ritual. When you do so, you mitigate the negative effects. This is too strong, dude. Contact with a Plane, that's like a... What level spell is that? That's a 5th level spell at level 7? What's a wizard have at level 7? Where's their spell casting at? Can they cast 5th level spells by 7? No, they can't. They can't until 9th. I don't think we should be getting access to a 5th level spell 2 levels before a wizard does, and certainly not without any of the negative effects. I don't think that makes sense. Like that that could, I think the way that you solve this problem is you give them some other ability, like what I just suggested, like ability to communicate with other planar creatures literally, not like to speak out to them on other planes of existence, but to, like, when you make a charisma check against a creature from another plane of existence, you get some bonus. Or when you attempt to communicate with a creature that you don't share a language with, if you are not from the same, if they are from a different plane of existence, you get the ability to communicate. Something like that. I don't know. The Warlock gets this same ability at level 10, but it's just for their patron. Yeah, so it's like so we're getting 2 skills and we're getting a very powerful 5th level casting. I think so Duncan suggested you could add more negative effects. And I think that you could, but let's keep in mind here, they all literally already took out the negative effects. So we can infer from their design, from their design perspective, their goal is not to make this a difficult, scary thing for you to do, but almost more of a casual thing for you to do. So I think that while that change could work, I don't think it's going to help them in the direction they want to go. But I do think we can, you know, if we want to go in the direction of being able to casually communicate with other planar beings, literally just make it that. You know? Something like being able to spend a point to attack through a door you could see magically could be cool. Then later on, you could start being able to summon and move through the doors. Well, you can summon the doors at level 3. The level 3 feature is that, right? Let's see what we get at 10. A la carte. As an action, you can conduct a special delivery in a 15-foot wide, 60-foot line originating from you. Target loose, large, or smaller. Target loose, large, or smaller creatures in the area to be pulled into a flying cart. What? Okay, I don't know what your intention is here, but the way this is written, it sounds like all creatures in a 15-foot wide, 60-foot line are scooped up by this. And I don't think that's your goal here. I think your goal is that you can pick up one creature and launch them. All of these creatures are pulled into a flying cart? That's so many creatures. That's such a big area. That's crazy. I think you're just trying to... Okay, wait. Are you... Okay. I'm going to read the rest of this, but it is very unclear to me whether the goal here is that creatures are scooped up by the cart, or you summon a cart and you launch it and it hits creatures. If the goal is you summon a cart and you launch it and it hits creatures, like this is... Get out of the fucking headspace of the video game that you're playing and get in the headspace of D&D's design. Is this a AoE projectile that you are launching, or is this something that is scooping people up in an area? And clarify that. And if it's both, the area that it's scooping them up probably shouldn't be the same area that it launches. Which disappear at the end of the line or colliding with a secure... What? Unwilling creatures must succeed on a dexterity saving throw to avoid the cart, which disappears at the end of the line or after colliding with a secured durable object. Other objects are destroyed or pushed aside. When the cart disappears, each target tumbles into the nearest unoccupied space, taking 3d8 force damage and affected by the slow spell until the start of your next turn. Targets you choose are delivered unharmed. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Holy fuck. Hakase. So this is doing a million things, okay? So this is moving any number of potential creatures in a big area 60 feet, and then dealing 3d6 damage and at least 3 debuffs to those creatures. That's one thing is grabbing creatures. One thing is moving creatures against their will. One thing is moving allies, right? That's basically a different bonus. One thing is dealing damage to creatures. Slow is not one thing. Slow is 3 things. So that's 4 things, plus that's 7 things we're at. And you can do this proficiency bonus numbers of times. Holy fuck, buddy. Come on now. Come on now. You gotta pick and choose your battles, man. A super easy way to balance this, Drop the slow mechanic. Another super easy way to balance this. Limit how many fucking things can be scooped up by this package. As an action, you launch a special package forward. Every creature that gets in its way has to make a dexterity saving throw if they are unwilling to enter it. On a failure, they enter it. On a success, they're knocked to the side. The package can hold up to 4 medium-sized creatures or 2 large creatures. The package shoots 60 feet forward where it stops or until it hits an object. When it stops, all the creatures inside the package erupt out into the nearest unoccupied space. Something like that. That could work. But you got to clarify, there's got to be limits, and we can't be doing 30,000 things, dude. Or if you want to do 30,000 things, it's a once-a-day feature, baby. Or it's a once-a-short rest feature. This is just way too much for how powerful it is. Let's look at level 15. Splendid Service. When you roll initiative, you regain 1 service point. The radius of your things improves. Everything improves. Just make the radius improve. If the radius is going to improve, not everything else needs to improve. Cut the rest. You're already giving us so many things at 15th level. This is really good, right? This is really good. This is really good. This is okay. Stop it. Stop giving us features that have 6 features in them, buddy. You need to chill. Pick your battles. Safe passage. Increases to 60 feet. Additionally, when a creature tries past the doorway, it can get an over. Yeah, man. Like it's too much. It's too much. Like all of these ideas are good, but you can't throw every good idea in. Why are we giving temporary hit points? That is so unnecessary for this class. It's so unnecessary. Well, Cinder, because when they use this feature with this upgrade, then in the video game, then the characters do get temporary hit points. They get a little overshield when they go through that door. Okay, you don't need to hit every button, man. You have different power in different games. This doesn't sell the fiction of this thing. It's just you're just making it stronger. That's not helping sell the fiction. It's just making it stronger, and it doesn't need to be stronger. I think this could be the whole feature, man. How many fighter subclasses are there that we know that have a cool semi-resource based feature at 3rd level, and at either 10th level or 15th level, the only thing they get is the ability to recoup one of those resources at the beginning of initiative. That's fucking all of them. The samurai fighter doesn't get the ability to recoup 1 fighting spirit and then have all of their features multiply in power. You know? Or if they do get stronger, like with the Battle Master, they get stronger by an increment of roughly 1 damage, right? They go up in a damage die from like an 8 to a 10 or something, which is not comparable in power scaling to this by a landmark. Let's see what we get at 18th level. When a creature enters an authorized door, you can devise a detour through the cosmic expanse of your esteemed establishment. The target takes a bunch of psychic damage, and at the end of its turn, at the end of each of its turns, the target has to make an intelligence saving throw. It takes that much damage on a failed save or has as much on a success. As an action, the target can suppress the effects, preventing the damage until its next turn. If the target either succeeds on its saving throw or suppresses the effects 3 times, the effect ends. Okay, so once a day you can banish a creature for up to 3 rounds and have them potentially take a bunch of psychic damage. This might be very similar to... My guess is this is what their ult is in the game. The only thing that I would say here is, and you can... This is going to be a thing where if you decide I don't care it works, then keep it. But this is way too similar to the Warlock's Fiend capstone. The capstone of the Fiend Warlock is a creature is banished for some amount of time and takes some amount of psychic damage. This is a creature is banished for some amount of time and takes some amount of psychic damage. And the details of the differences are minuscule, right? The details are a little bit less dice, a little bit more time. That's not a big difference. It's basically the same feature. So that is worth thinking about. It's not the end of the world, right? Like if you think if you don't care and you think it works well, then keep it. Overall, dude, I think the idea of being able to summon doors that you can teleport between is really cool. I think the idea of an intergalactic butler is really cool. I kind of wish we saw that in more of the mechanics. I feel like you are too focused on the way the mechanics express themselves in the game, and I think you need to build this initially off of the way the mechanics express themselves in the game. But afterwards, I would give yourself the flexibility to like make it your own thing and really lean into what makes this exciting. And what makes this exciting is you're like a magical butler for interdimensional beings. That's crazy. That's so cool. Like that's the most interesting part. So let's try to lean into that where we can. And then just you got to be honest with yourself when you're adding too many features, dude. If you've got an item, if you got a feature like this that is doing mass area movement and damage, right? Does it need to also do slow? And if you're like, yeah, it does, then maybe this is the capstone, you know? Maybe this is less uses. But at a certain point, you got to cut some shit. Is this not going to feel like the character from the video game if they don't get time warping slowing effects? Because I feel like you've done that a couple times in here, and I think it doesn't fit the vibe of this thing. And it's like, if that's a core part of the subclass, then maybe more stuff needs to cut and more room for that needs to be able to be shown, or it needs to not just be tacked on top of the power of everything else. I think you got to just pull back a little bit, buddy. Now, I'm saying all of this from the perspective of having never played the video game and not being super familiar with the character. So, I'm coming at this from the perspective of you're trying to make a butler that can teleport through doors and have that kind of power. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. I think it is a very fun idea. I think you just gotta tone that power down, dude. Geostellar, thank you for the resub. 18 months. Very nice. You're building... Oh, dude, you're using Lego for your campaign? That's awesome. That is awesome. Anyway, thank you very much to Akase for sharing. I love a fighter subclass. Fighters need more love. Magic Butler is sick. Snowy, we are using what I like to call a combination of first come, first serve mixed with if I read 4 subclasses in a row before I get to your subclass, I might skip it to look at a magic item. But we are also starting with the members, patrons, and subs. We are using what I call the jump around method. Geo, don't get out of your document. I'm looking at it. I'm about to bring it up. Stop highlighting everything. I can see you in it. There you go. No, you're still there. Get out of it, dude. Geo, unless you want me to unless you want your full name revealed on stream. What's up, Let's Roll? How's it going? Is there a tiny Tiamat on the other side of that? How's it going? Oh, I'm so glad you liked the video. It was very fun to make. Geo, do you want me to read this article or not? Get the fuck out of the document. Geo, I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. I'm gonna skip you if you don't listen to me. You right? Thank you, Jesus fucking Christ. You had everything highlighted, so it just had your full name plastered across the top of the screen. It's like, I want to look at this, but I don't know if you want your personal data leaked. All right, let's take a look. What do we got for us today? This is a magic item. Boom. How was the rest of your time? Let's roll. I'm doing good. It was really nice to see you in Australia. It was a wild trip, man. I had a crazy time. You guys made it such a special time. Also, your outfit for D&D Death Roulette was so funny. Did I see any wild creatures? I saw a couple wild creatures. I made a whole video about it. The video shows all of the wild creatures I saw. I will not tell you what one of them are because it's kind of like a surprise in the video. But one of them were giant flying bats, giant flying foxes. These huge bats. They were so cool. It was so magical. Seeing those bats. I am not. I'm an environmentalist in that, like, I try to recycle and I care about animals and, like, not polluting the planet. But seeing those bats flying around, I had one of those moments where I was, like, watching them and I realized I could feel, like, my shoulders going back and me being like, they should never be in cages, you know? It was a little spellbinding. They were probably the coolest animal I saw there. Yeah, that was a personal. Honestly, the other animal that I saw that I talk about in the video, I think other people might think is cooler. It's just a personal preference thing. Bats are like my favorite animal. Yeah, I love them. It was so cool. It was one of those things where I was like, fuck, this country has so much cool stuff. It's so full of wonder. And they speak my language. It's like, how many places are there that are full of wonder where I can speak the language? There's like maybe 3. It was good. It was good stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at this homebrew. Bats are your favorite animal of all time? Well, you've got good taste. What's your second favorite square dessert? If it's the same as mine, we'll get married. I did mention it earlier in stream. The Halfling Half-Blade. Short sword. Originally forged as a dagger for a Goliath chieftain and gifted to a halfling adventurer whose name has been lost to time. That is not a complete sentence. I love you, but write complete sentences. Over the centuries of its usage, it has adopted the halfling spirit and appears to those needing a bit more luck and a taste of home. You're writing in very passive voice, so you want to try to avoid that. Not passive, excuse me, but you're writing in a weird sort of sentencey way. Like, this could be multiple sentences, and this is an incomplete sentence. So it's making, while this is very nice flavor text conceptually, the grammar is making it a struggle to get through. I would probably reword this to be something like, this dagger was originally forged for a Goliath chieftain, then gifted to a halfling adventurer whose name was lost to time. Period. That would make that a complete sentence. And then you could say, over the centuries, I think you drop of its usage. I think you could say, over the centuries, it has adopted, or I would, not even over the centuries, but I would even say something like, some of the halfling spirit, over time, some of the halfling spirit has been imbued into the blade, and now it appears to those who need it most in times of luck, or something like that. Because all of the ideas in that are really good. It's really fun, right? First of all, a Goliath dagger that has become a giant sword for a halfling is amazing. That's fucking awesome. Like, even just like the image of like a halfling holding like a sort of like broken berserker style sword, but it's because it's just like a giant, or like it almost would be like a giant machete, you know? And then the fact that it is like now sort of imbued with that halfling spirit is really fun. Like, there's a lot of juice in that. It's that type of detail is the kind of detail that I think does a lot of legwork for world building for you. Because as soon as it's like you find a magic item that has been changed because it was wielded by a halfling, that implies a certain element of like magical reality affecting things of a halfling spirit. It also gives the weapon some like real history. And that history has to exist somewhere, you know? So it does a lot of legwork for like little world building in not a lot of space, like very quick. And it's that type of world building that the players don't necessarily think about until you make them remember it, right? Like if you give your players this weapon, they're not going to think, oh, cool, halfling spirits have power. But if you later down the line have them meet, you know, a group of halflings that essentially like do these big performative festivals around objects and literally use their spirit and their jubilation to empower magic items, and like that's how they craft magic items, or that's how they like empower magic items or empower warriors before battle or priests before ceremonies or whatever. Then it's like, oh fuck, we actually knew that because we have a sword that they fucking did that. One of them did that with, you know? It does. It's a little bit of that like aha world building where it's like make the players. It makes the players think you're smart, and it makes the world feel very real. Nah, dude, Tyranids didn't get me. I think if I met any Tyranids, I'd be it wouldn't. It depends, right? It depends on which Tyranids I met. But I think that most likely they would see the quality of my. They would be like, this is what they would do. They would be like, we don't all want to be balding, so maybe we won't put you in the gene pool. But we do like looking at your forehead, so maybe we'll keep you around. And I would just sort of be like a zoo animal, and like the hive mind would every now and then, because even a hive mind needs a little bit of pleasure. Like we don't know the machinations of the Tyranid hive. You know, all thoughts about what the Tyranid actually think are just hypothesis. People don't know what the Tyranids actually think. Everyone's just making assumptions based on our observations, you know? So I think it's very likely that the Tyranid, the hive mind itself, needs some form of entertainment. And, you know, we don't know what that entertainment takes the place of, and maybe it's looking at a weird human, looking at his forehead. Because, I mean, like, we could, you know... Like, get out of the way. You know? Anyway, that's what I think about that. I did not see any huntsman spiders. I didn't see any scary insects. No, I didn't see any scary insects. Let's see what this item does. I'm drinking seltzer, by the way, now, which means I'm going to be burping, so I apologize. While wielding the short sword, you get +1 to your attack rolls and damage rolls. It has 3 charges and regains all charges at dawn. If you miss an attack with this weapon, you can expend 1 charge to re-roll the die, but you must use the new roll. So it's like you can get advantage if you need it. Not even advantage. You get a re-roll if you need it. It's actually not advantage, because if you roll lower, you still need to take it. You can use a magic action to expend a charge to ignite unburned timber within 20 feet of you, making a medium-sized campfire. That is very specific. Why I don't know. Okay, let me keep reading, but let me keep reading, but I have thoughts. When you do this, you can also cook a hearty meal for every person. Cook a hearty meal. Geo, use more periods, dude. This is the end of a sentence. So this doesn't make sense grammatically unless this is a period. Capital. For each person you feed with this food, 1 ration from your inventory is consumed. Anyone who eats this food gains temper. Okay, so I like this. Okay, so can we rebuild this feature? Because I think this feature works, but I think the way that it's worded is a little wonky right now. So here's what I would say. I would say you can use a magic action to expend a charge from this item to create to ignite a campfire with magic, to ignite like a campfire with magic flames, or with halfling embers, you know, with this you can use a spark of the halfling spirit to ignite a campfire, okay, or to set a flammable object on fire or something like that, and then you could say the campfire burns as normally or whatever, but any food you cook on this campfire is enhanced with halfling spirit. Any creature that consumes a meal from this food gains 2d4 temporary hit points. 2d4 plus temporary hit points, gets plus 2 to their saving throws, an advantage, and plus 2 to saving throws against being frightened while they have these hit points. This mechanic is fine. This is solid. I like this. But I think what you do is, and then I think you could even do it a little bit. I think it should be a little bit more mechanically structured. Like, I don't think it should be limited by your food, because that's an easy thing to jank. So what I would probably say is, as a magic action, you can expend a charge to ignite a fire with halfling spirit. And then here's a couple things that I think you could say this. I think you could say, I think there's 2 ways to go about this, and I think there's not a wrong answer here. You keep it kind of as is, where you make it based on you can cook food, and people that eat the food get these bonuses, and then you just limit its uses, right? Like, you can create up to 4 meals, or 4 rations, or whatever. Like, just pick a number. And then the creatures that eat those foods get the benefits of those things. I think that works fine. But I have an alternative idea. And the alternative idea comes from the flavor. This blade appears to those needing a bit of luck and a taste of home. Okay? This is an item that creates solace. Okay? So what if instead of it being something like this, where you use a magic action to do a thing and then cook food over a thing, what if you could summon a campfire? Like, as a magic action, you can aim the weapon and summon a campfire in a place within some amount of feet from you, okay? The campfire radiates a 20-foot light or whatever. And then you could say all creatures of your choice within the radius of that light get some bonus. You could even, this is a little bit silly, you could even do both and just split it up, right? So you could make there being a feature where you could use a charge to cook fancy food and do temporary hit points, or you could use a feature to like insta throw down a campfire that like gives everyone a little bit of temporary hit points and gives them a bonus. So it's like, you know, but like having it as a flash move could also work. When you use a charge in this way, you can roll a survival check to reduce the amount of rations consumed. Yeah, just cut this. Just cut this. Don't make it use rations. Just make it magic. Just make it magic. I feel like if you want to, like, if people want to keep track of rations, they can do that. That's fine. But I don't think we need to be worrying about that in our magic item. It's pretty straightforward. And I think it's pretty solid. I think that the reroll is fine. It's not the exciting part of the item. It kind of makes me want to make these on separate resources. Would that be too much? What rarity do you want? It's rare. Yeah, that would probably be too much. You could make this a once a day feature and this a 3 times a day feature, I think. And that would still probably be fine. And just have them different. Just have them be different things. I think it depends on how powerful you make this. But yeah, I was thinking I wasn't thinking so much Dark Souls campfire, but I was thinking Dark Souls, I guess I was, sort of thematically the Dark Souls campfire, which is like a little safe haven amongst the chaos and the combat where you can like run to it to get health. I don't know if the campfire conveys the halfling feeling, because I think the cooking is really what conveys the halfling feeling. The other thing is you could fuck around with what the luck element of this blade does. Like, I know, okay, I know that you want this item to be wielded by a halfling, so maybe this isn't going to help, but like the item could essentially have limited halfling luck, you know? Like when you roll a 1, you can expend a charge to re-roll that roll. But if a halfling is going to be wielding this, I think that you don't need to give them the same feature they already have. It could mimic Goodberry. I think the mechanical benefit is really nice though, and I feel like it's not too strong. It's interesting. It's also kind of different. Like the temporary hit points aren't crazy. Like that's not that strong, right? assuming you're level 5, let's say you're level 5. You know, you're gonna take less damage from one hit. This isn't even gonna stop one hit of damage. The main thing that it's gonna do is it's gonna be the little barrier to see how long you maintain these temporary hit points, or maintain this frightening bonus. Which I think is really interesting. So I like that vibe. Yeah, it is Baby Heroes Feast, exactly. Yeah, you could throw in there that the food satiates you for a day. I don't think there'd be anything wrong with that. I think that would work fine. I'm more thinking though, like that's good flavor, but I want to make sure the meat of the mechanics work well too. I think overall it's mostly good. I think you got to think about sort of what direction you want to take the campfire in, and if it's worth it to have these be on separate resources. But yeah, I think it's pretty solid, dude. I have no more thoughts. Also, Geo, I believe you are an international person. I believe you are not in the United States. I don't remember. But if you are, when you're writing, and this is whether you're writing in English, well, mostly English. That's the only language I write well in. I speak every language fluently, but I only read and write English. Whenever you're writing, people tend to overuse comma, whether they're English speakers as a first language or not. It's just like it's a bad what it is. It's a bad writing habit from like when people had to write really long essays in high school. Is usually what it comes down to. And they were learning to write long essays as opposed to learning to write well, which is a sad tragedy of our education system. But usually, you can almost never use using commas is fine. They're very common, but try to write without using it. Try to write single thought sentences, and just see what that looks like. Because you're going to end up making your writing shorter, and it's going to be more clear. You just use over commas. That's fine. Like I said, it's not an international thing. It's an international thing, but it's also an English education system thing. So just use periods more. Genuinely, stop writing like pretend that the comma doesn't exist on your keyboard, and then only allow yourself to use it when you find yourself in a situation where if you don't use it, you really can't think of another way to write the sentence. Because most of the time when you're using a comma, there's probably a smoother way to write the sentence. Not in life, but in D&D mechanics. In D&D writing, specifically, you don't need commas that much at all. And there's certain circumstances where you do, and then you really need them. But it's almost like when I was doing, like when I remember, there was an English teacher I had in high school who was like, one of those like, you're making me think differently about life type teachers, but also through the way that I'm writing. And he wouldn't allow us to use any passive verbs. So I couldn't use the verb to be. So I couldn't say is or was or am or been or being or been in my essays. Which made writing essays like I had to think about every fucking sentence. But it makes you use a lot more verbs, and it makes you really think about how you use your sentence structure in a way that kind of can develop into something kind of, can be a little bit beautiful, some might say. Anyway, those be my thoughts. Solid item. Thank you for sharing. Let us get big. As big as the seas and the skies and the moon. I'm gonna take a tiny break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna maybe refill my tea. I will be back in probably 5-ish. And then we will start looking at some homebrew that is posted in the Discord. Good? Sound good to everybody? All right, I'll be right back. But I'll change the music up too, because this music is too down. We got to change it to something more boppy. You guys want to get here? You guys want to just listen to weird pirate music? Of course you do. Of course you do. You love pirate music. All right, I'll be right back. This isn't pirate music. All right, whatever. It's fine. Oh boy. Ba 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 ba. You guys know? You know what I'm talking about? You know? You know? So before we jump into looking at more brew, for those of you that are here, because I do feel like the people that are watching tonight are more of the core audience. It's funny, you know, I have a big YouTube Shorts audience, but I have a very little, and this is not a bad thing, I have a very little live's audience, but it just means I actually get to like recognize the names of you guys and feel like we can like develop a dialogue as opposed to it just being a swarm of words. So it's kind of fun. I think I've talked about this before. The main reason why I do these streams is because I know that there are people that have found me through D&D and homebrew stuff, and I want to make sure I'm still like, you know, I'm making that stuff for them too, because I do love that. You are a very special part of my audience, you know, and I want you to feel like you're still getting the stuff you like and we're still having fun together, and also it's fun for me. All of that to say, I am going to be doing some experiments this month into December, probably into February also, where I'm going to be streaming a bit more, but I am going to be doing some non-D&D stuff. There's two things that I'm going to do. One of them is I want to play Dispatch, the new superhero game that Moist Critical voiced a character in. So I think I'm just going to, in the same way that I did Outer Wilds, I think we're just going to do a full playthrough on stream. I just want to play it. I think it would be fun to do on stream. I think it'll be cool. I've avoided all spoilers, so I'm going to just go in blind, and you guys can watch me laugh or cry or whatever happens, and we'll just go through it, and that'll be fun. The other thing that I'm going to be doing, which I am very excited for, is I am going to start playing in a Red Dead Redemption Online roleplay server. One that is taken very seriously and that is very preciously like worked on and tweaked by the developers of it. And they are having a new season that is like a supernatural themed season. So I met them in Australia, and I was like, oh, it would be so fun to be a character in that and to be like a witch hunter. Not a witch hunter, but like a witcher, you know, like a guy, like a monster hunter, like a scraggly crazy man that goes town to town looking for monsters to kill. And they basically were like, if you do that, we will be so happy, and we will probably like literally add things to the game for that specifically. So the other day I played it for the first time, and they sort of showed me how to play and like showed me some of the controls. I'm very new to it, so it's going to be a little bit chaos. But yeah, I have a character, Abraham Dark, and he's essentially going to be a Eastern European Van Helsing type who has traveled to the Wide West to kill monsters in a world where most people don't believe in monsters. So that's going to be my character, and we're going to go monster hunting, and we're going to go try to solve mysteries and kill monsters and get into some chaos together. And yeah, so I'm going to do that, and that's going to be a thing I stream. I don't know if I'm going to do it at all before PAX Unplugged, but certainly after. And I think it's going to be the kind of thing where I stream it like pretty regularly. Like I'll stream at least a couple hours a day, and y'all can come along for the adventures, and then I'll turn them into some YouTube videos and stuff. Anyway, that's I'm excited for that. I'm hoping people will like it. I'm hoping y'all will like it. It's not exactly D&D, but it's like story, narrative, fantasy stuff. So I think that'll still be cool, hopefully. You know? I've literally haven't played it before. Like, quite literally, part of the reason why I asked them if they could, like, show me how to play is because I was like, I don't know the buttons. I need to, like, know how to make sure I don't have my mic too loud, so I'm not, like, breaking RP, you know? You want to get into God of War Ragnarok? I have never played any of the God of War games. Would you believe that? Not once. Anyway. Let's look at a little bit more homebrew, shall we? Oh shit, did not mean to do that. Let's see if I can fix that. Alright, whatever. I closed all the windows. Let me fix that. There we go, okay. So, now we're going to look at some homebrew that folks have sent in. We've gotten a bunch of stuff. Lovely, we love stuff. While I'm in the Discord, who sent that thing? Hey, Ace of Dragons. Ace of Dragons. If you're in this chat, tell us what the fuck your homebrew is homebrew for. If not, I don't know what I'm going to be reviewing because it does, literally I can't tell what class it's for. All right, so the first thing that we're going to be looking at, we're not going to read the whole thing of. This is a class. So whenever I look at a class, I almost always don't read the whole thing. The other thing that I will tell you that I know with an unfortunate certainty is that the class is completely broken. To the point where we're not really going to read past the first level feature. So, you know, if you're like, oh, Cinder, you're going to read a whole class? That's going to take so long. No, it's not. It's going to take 5 minutes. Because this class is a really interesting idea. There it is in the chat if you want to take a look at it. Where it is a class where you draw your power from consuming souls, right? You're like a soul eater, as the title professes. So we're going to go through, and I'm just going to point out, we're going to go through it, and we're going to talk about basically the first features that we get and sort of whether or not they work. So we are strength charisma based like a paladin. We use d10s like a paladin. We get simple and martial weapons. We basically get everything other than heavy armor. At first level, we get Dread Presence and Soul Consume, and we can have one soul at a time. Now, we're going to talk about Dread Presence, and we're going to talk about Soul Consume a little bit, but we're not going to move past those. This is a level 1 feature. So whenever you're building a core class, one of the things that you have to keep in mind is this little dance. And it's the dance between making your class stand out and be unique as quickly as possible, and making it feel like what it's supposed to feel like to uplift the fantasy and the fiction of the class as quickly as possible, while also not making it too powerful too early so that you can't take advantage of multi-classing shenanigans too much. Because if you if you front load it too much, taking a 1-level dip in a class or a 2-level dip in a class can kind of break a game a little bit. So and that's unfortunately what's happening here. And we'll talk about that with the first level feature. Dread Presence. This is the first level. You gain a bonus to intimidation checks equal to your proficiency bonus plus your constant charisma modifier. So, let's talk about what this means. This means one of two things. Either it means you literally get to add your charisma modifier twice, and that the bonus you get is going to be, let's say your charisma's +2. At level 1, the bonus would be +4. So that's one interpretation of it, right? Another interpretation of it is it's not that. The bonus is just your proficiency bonus. In that case, essentially what this is it's giving you an alternative way to have expertise in intimidation. Because you're already adding your proficiency bonus. If you decide to take proficiency in it, now you're adding your proficiency bonus twice. You have expertise in it. So at level 1, the first thing we're doing is we're essentially getting expertise in intimidation. That's pretty strong. I don't think rogues do rogues or bards get expertise at level 1? I don't believe they do. But let's double check. Rogues and bards are our expertise boys. Bards do not. Bards get them at level 3. Rogues might get them at level 1. Rogues do get them at level 1. So one of the rogues' core features at level 1 is expertise. Expertise is good. Expertise is big money, no whammies. So one thing that you got to... No, it's level 1. Expertise, dude. I was wrong. I mean, I was right. I wasn't sure. That's why I checked. Rangers get it at level 2. So one of the things that you're dealing with in this situation, unfortunately, is because you're making a new class, you really have to make things stand out a bit. Getting a bit of expertise isn't going to make something stand out that much. Making that expertise limited to intimidation definitely sells a very specific type of fiction. It also sort of forces you as a player that's choosing this thing to play your character in a certain way. Darren! How's it going? Hi, buddy. Guys, Darren, if any of you watched my YouTube travel vlog, that's Darren from the video. I miss you. I'm gonna see you soon, though. You'll have to let me know when you're getting to Philly for PAX. I want to make sure I have everything I need. I want to make sure I've like cleaned my house properly and prepared for people. I don't even know if people are going to come over or not, but I want to make sure I've properly prepared for people in case everyone wants to come over. Oh, you're lovely, though. Okay, let's keep talking about this. So, it's not a bad thing to be like, you have to be intimidation focused, but it's a big decision to make, right? It's sort of saying there's no way. I mean, it's not sort of. It is literally saying there is no way to be this character and not be intimidating. Which is not a bad thing, but it is limiting. Because there is nothing in D&D that does that at the moment. There's no class that forces you to be skill specific. There are subclasses that force you to be skill specific, and there are classes that force you to be like ability score specific. But this is a class because it is a first level feature. It's the first thing you get. You are a skill specific character too. And that's just a little different. Yeah, I'm Philly boy. But the other part of this feature is where it starts to crumble kind of immediately. Well, there's two more parts to this feature. The first is that so we've established that we're good at intimidation no matter what. Now, we get this feature where when we successfully intimidate a creature, we can frighten them, and they stay frightened for a minute, and they can remake the save at the end of their turns. That is, I believe, that is as powerful as the Cause Fear spell. Let me just check, because I don't want to be causing trouble. Let's just see how Cause Fear works. This is a first level spell. Creature has to make a wisdom save or they become frightened by you until the spell ends, and they can repeat their saves at the end of your turn. So it is literally the exact same as the... There it is. It's literally the exact same as this class feature with one big noticeable difference. Who can spot the big difference? There's two big differences. Name them. One is obvious, one is less obvious. There's three big differences. It isn't magical. That's not even one of the ones I was thinking of, but that's true. But it's not a spell, which means that it doesn't require a spell slot. So it is infinite use. That is one big difference. Can anyone think of two more? That is a really good point, Mongo. I didn't even think about that. But there's two others that I'm not thinking. There's two others that are big things when it comes to like game balance that you got to think about. I will give you a moment to guess, but there's not a million of you, so I won't force it. The first one is that this does not require concentration. In order for you to cast this, in order for you to use this ability, you must concentrate on it like it's a spell. That means it can turn off by you taking damage. That means you can't concentrate on other spells. There's a whole thing that's happening now. You don't have to worry about any of that. But there's another one too. If I intimidate if I cast this spell at a creature that is 100 feet away from me, what happens? Nothing happens. Because I can't cast this spell on a creature that's 100 feet away from me. How far away from a creature do you need to be in order to successfully intimidate them? I don't think there's a range limit on that. I think that's very circumstantial. I would argue, if you had the goal of intimidating a creature at a distance, it would be very easy to do. I think you could do it literally every session. So this is not an infinite range, but it is a very long range, potentially frighten ability that has no way to be countered. It does not require any resource, does not require concentration. You get that at first level. So, little overpowered. And then, we jump down just a hair, and we get this little doozy. We're still in the first feature. You are immune to being frightened and charmed. Just immune to two of the most common and intense conditions in the game. Now, there's lots of ways to get advantage on saving throws to prevent being charmed or frightened. And there's lots of classes that already have ways that allow you to become immune to charmed or immune to frightened, but they're pretty high level usually, right? Like the paladin gets it at like 7 or 6, I think. Now we get more at first level, but this is literally any class in D&D could take a 1 level dip in this, get expertise in intimidation, get an infinite use fear ability, and get immunity to charmed and frightened. That is so powerful. That is so powerful. It is so too much at level 1. So too much. I don't think we need to read that. I don't even think we need to read anything else, if I'm being honest. We could talk about the other feature, which is basically when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you get a soul, and you can use that soul to get some hit points. And I think something like that can work. There's a limit to how many souls you can have at a time, so it's not an infinite use feature. I think you can only have 1 at a time, right? Yeah. But that's just wonky, man. It's just wonky. These are it's not a bad feature, but it feels weird as a first level feature. And I just don't think these two sit together in a way that makes me feel like it's working towards selling this fiction. And that those issues of getting things too powerful and too hectic, it just kind of continues. Like we don't really need to read on. That issue kind of just continues throughout. So yeah, I think you gotta if you're gonna be building a core class, especially if it's a core class that's based on something that you already found, which is what this was. They essentially found a class that they considered to be way OP and tried to tone it down. And I think unfortunately you did not tone it down enough, which is annoying because it's like, well, then what do I do? And then it's like, okay, well, why don't you take what do you like? You know, you obviously put the work in to tone this down, right? So what did you like about this class? And if the stuff you like about it would work as a subclass for a class that already exists, maybe you can make that work, right? And if that doesn't work, maybe, build the core class, but you really got to pay attention to what we're getting at what levels and how powerful they are compared to what other classes are getting at those levels. Those are my main thoughts on that one. Boop. Thank you very much for sharing, Wizard. This was reviewed. I'm gonna reply to posts that are reviewed so that people just know, because we're not gonna review every single one, because that's not what I want to do. Because I'm not a psychopath anymore. I'm a regular path. Also, low key, guys, I think I'm gonna stop streaming on YouTube. There's always like 4 to 7 people watching on YouTube and like 25 watching on Twitch. I think I'm just gonna keep the VODs will stay up on Twitch. I'll keep the VODs up on Twitch, so you can always go back and watch them. And we're just gonna stream on Twitch moving forward, just because I feel like for the few folks that do want to watch on YouTube, it's better to just have everybody in one spot. Unless YouTube randomly starts popping off, but I don't think it's going to. I don't see it in the cards. All right, Ace of Dragons. I want to review your homebrew because it's so well formatted and it's beautiful looking, but you didn't fucking tell me what class it's for, and it's literally impossible to tell. Chat, do we review a piece of homebrew that we can't tell what class it's for? First of all, look how nice this looks. Look how beautiful this looks. Also, credit your artist on the page. Put their name down here. But this is so nice looking. It's like elegant. They basically took the way new subclasses are formatted, and they put them together really beautifully. What fucking subclass is this for? What class is this for? They're a spellcaster. We know that because you talk about spellcasting and we make reference to spellcasting. But that still leaves sorcerers, paladins, warlocks, wizards, clerics. Part of me thinks it's a... Yeah, so you think it's an artificer based on the tool proficiency? I think it's a ranger based on it using the word warden. I was thinking it was a ranger. Let's see. Let's see if the features mention spell slots. Let's do a little bit of investigating. Here, I'll share it with the chat so you guys can hunt yourselves. Tell me if you see any clues. Okay, so at 3rd level, you can create intricate glyphs up to 5 feet in diameter with a bonus action. Well, while you cast a spell, you can enter it into a glyph rather than casting it directly if you choose to do so. So this is like based on your spell casting. The glyph begins to glow softly, blah, 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 blah. Maybe it's a wizard? Because they're mentioning Prestidigitation and Magic Missile, which are very wizardy. I don't fucking know. But isn't that a funny element of the design in the new 2024 rules? Because every subclass gets their features at the same levels now. 3, 6, 10, and 14 are the subclass levels for every class now. It's intelligence-based? How can you tell? Intelligence. Okay, cool. So it's probably a wizard. It's probably a wizard, because there isn't an artificer for the new systems now. Okay, let's assume it's a wizard. But isn't that so funny that you can very easily be in a situation where it's unclear? Everyone gets subclass features, but the rest come at different levels? I believe you. I just want to check because I'm not super familiar. Barbarians. Let's see. Where's the one that just lists? Some of them just list. Don't do that anymore. It's annoying. Okay. Barbarians get them at 3, 6, 10, and 14. Bards get them at 3, 6, and 14. Clerics get them at 3, 6, and 17. Okay, so they are all a little different. But they're not that different. 3, 7, 10, 15. Okay, yeah, so they're still sort of the same. Okay, so they are all a little different. Interesting. All right, I didn't know that. Okay, I accept. I'm not always right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Goodbye, all you fucking scumbags. Okay, so we're working with a wizard. While you cast a spell, you can enter it into a glyph rather than casting it directly. If you choose to do so, pick a glyph within 60 feet of you. That glyph begins to glow softly with arcane energy. The spell is placed into it. To trigger the spell glyph, a creature must fulfill the condition you set for the trigger on cast. This can come within 10, 30 feet of it. A creature steps on the glyph. A specific spell or cantrip is cast on the glyph. When a spell glyph is triggered, the spell within it is cast centered on the target. Centered or targeting either the glyph or the triggered creature. I think that at its core, this is a cool idea. I'm concerned that I think it's one of those. My concern is that this is one of those situations where this isn't going to account for a lot of things that spells need. So, like, how would Misty Step work here? Like, does the creature that trigger it get to do the Misty Step? How does Dimension Door work? Like, does the creature that trigger it get to decide where the spell is cast and how the spell is cast? Or do you get to decide it when you cast it into the glyph? Because in some circumstances, it's like you're going to want to be doing shitty stuff with it, and sometimes you're going to want to be doing nice stuff with it, and it kind of depends on what the spell is and who's standing on the glyph. The other thing is what's going on with concentration spells. What's going on with, like, multi-target spells or spells that, like, move. What if, what's the spell where you just throw a rock? What's it called? It's a first level spell that just picks up something and throws it. But, like, how would that spell work in this circumstance? Catapult. Thank you, chat. Thank you. But that's a dangerous assumption to make, Mongo. So I think you need to pick more specific. There needs to be more specific limitations on the spell. I think it probably needs to be a non-concentration spell. I think it probably either needs to be single target or AoE, an AoE that has a center, and then it is the center. Like you got to play that game, which I don't know how much you need to play that game, but you need to play that game at least a little. And as you're playing that game, you're going to want to be thinking about how you can do that in a way that it's not annoying to read, because this is very clear. Like, it's nice how clear this is. And you want to try to keep that streamlined clearness. And you got to sort of figure out, all right, am I going to create that by figuring out a couple big limitations that can just cover everything? Or is there any details that I need to like get into so that I can make this more open-ended? I would lean in the direction of big limitations. I think that's just going to be easier. A glyph of warding might be an interesting... Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I wonder how... Let's just peek how this one does it. You can store a prepared spell of 3rd level or lower in the glyph by casting it as part of the creating the glyph. When the glyph is triggered, the spell takes effect. If the spell is a target, it targets the creature that triggered the glyph. If it's an area effect, the area is centered on the creature. If the spell summons hostile creatures, if it requires concentration, it lasts until the end of its full duration. Okay, so I think all of this is good. I think this is too strong, because this would allow you to just cast spells without concentration. So I think, unfortunately, I would not keep the ability to just ignore concentration. I would lose that, but I think the rest of it is probably fine. That was good. It's a good thought. Let's look at level 6. When casting your spell into the glyph, you can choose a number of creatures equal to your intelligence modifier who cannot trigger the glyph. However, they can still be affected by the spell contained. Also, you can choose not to allow the arcane energy to glow through the glyph, causing it to appear mundane. This first part is useful. The second part is useful. I don't think either of these are very exciting, if I'm being honest. They feel like housekeeping more than they feel like fun new features. How many glyphs can we make at a time? You might want to limit that too. That should be limited. If it's not, put that in here. If it is, I'm sorry for not seeing it. I mean, I think this is fine. I don't think this is OP. I do think that there should be an element of creatures being able to make some sort of check to be able to see it, even if it's not glowing, you know? Maybe it's like perception or investigation versus your arcana or something. Or maybe they have to beat your spell save DC with a investigation or perception check. That could work too. But I do think there should be some mechanic for that. Yeah, let's look at 10. When you cast a spell into a glyph, you can choose to cause the spell to be cast at a higher level. I think that this is too much now. I like that we are making glyphs, but we need something that feels a little different. We need something that is giving us something in a slightly different direction. I don't want this. We get cool glyphs at level 3. Awesome. Level 6 makes the glyphs cooler. Level 10 makes the glyphs cooler. Give us something else. Give us something else. Give us something from a slightly different direction, please. This is just allowing you to upcast spells. I genuinely don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's that cool. I think it's just good. Like, it's the kind of thing where it's really cool if you get it on a magic item, but as a subclass feature, it kind of feels weirdly both overpowered and lackluster at the same time. Because you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's just numbers go up. That's what it is. It's just numbers go up. And we are already, here's the thing is our glyph spells are already improving. Why are they already improving? They're improving because we are already casting more powerful spells into them, because we have more spell slots, because we have higher spell slots, we have more spells. So we don't actually need to improve the glyphs that much. The nature of the spells in the glyphs and your spell save DC is naturally going to improve those glyphs. So we don't need really any of that. So I would just drop this entirely, and probably lose some of this or change it a little bit, like maybe spread it out. Let's say we get a 14. Once per long rest, when choosing choose one of the following additional features to include in the glyph when you cast it. All glyphs within 500 feet trigger. When a glyph is cast, glyphs equal to 10 minus the level of the spell used to cast the glyph appear within 30 feet of the glyph with the same spell. This is untenable. You know what this is called? This is called a feature that would work well in Hearthstone, but not in Magic. You know, there's too much going on here. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to have to think about this. That sounds tedious, genuinely tedious as fuck. And it sounds like a system used to break the game. This is like I want to build a Minecraft machine in D&D. That's what this is. I don't think you should build that as a subclass feature. I would come up with something different here. Honestly, what it could be is there could be a limit to how many glyphs you could have out at a time. And then at 14th level, maybe you could have 3 out or something instead of 2 or instead of 1 or whatever. Because the amount of glyphs you can have at a time is definitely a power thing that you probably should be using. Yeah, it's just silly. It just doesn't work. Yeah, fireball with 7 more fireballs. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, there's a million reasons why that doesn't work. There's a lot, right? Moonbeam. Moonbeam with 8 other moonbeams all at the same time. I guess moonbeam's concentration. How about spiritual weapon? Spiritual weapon is not concentration. So you could suddenly have 8 spiritual weapons at the same time. Cinder, you can't get spiritual weapon. Why not? Because you're not a cleric. What if I took 3 levels of cleric? Oh. Then I guess you'd have spiritual weapon. Oh, it is concentration now? Okay. Well, regardless, Mongo, you made my point. You made my point for me. Your feature shouldn't allow you to cast 8 fireballs at the same time. What's 8 times 8? 8 times 8 is 64? No, I'm not good at math anymore. What's 8 times 8? 64. So that's 64 d6 fire damage if you use this feature. That's a 3rd level spell. That's a lot. Yeah. I like the idea of a glyph guy. I think you can keep the core mechanic. It needs some limitations. And then make some of the stuff different, right? Come at it from different angles. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. This was reviewed. I was impressed with my ability to remember that 8 times 8 equals whatever. 64. Make a custom class if you want to. Just, be thoughtful about it. Here's the best advice I could give someone that wants to make a class is make a subclass first if you haven't made a class before. And if you're like, I've made subclasses, or no, I don't want to make a class, then don't build a whole class. Build a class to level 5. And make sure that it feels different than every other class at most levels. And don't worry about anything past level 5. Make it work level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then once you do that, build it up to level 10. Then do the whole process. Does 1 through 5 now still fit with 6 through 10? Or do I need to sort of rechange some of the first stuff because of stuff I put in the later stuff? Okay, now I can start thinking about like where the subclass is going to sit. Like what sort of role are they going to play? Is this going to be more of like a warlock where the subclass features are impactful, but they're not the main meat of the subclass? Or is it going to be like a ranger where the subclass features are really impactful and kind of the main thing? Or the fighter where it's the main thing? Or is the subclass going to be kind of like the paladin where it's really not the main thing? It's kind of just like a couple fun little abilities. You know, start small steps, baby. Small steps. Alrighty. Let's see here. What time is it? We'll look at a couple more. I'm not sure how late I'm gonna go tonight. But I am gonna be streaming more regularly. It is not all gonna be D&D homebrew review. It is going to be a lot of other stuff. It is probably gonna be more other stuff, if I'm being honest, because I like these, but I don't want to have to do them all the time. I think I like these the most when I do them sometimes. So it is going to be, we're going to be playing Dispatch, which is sort of like a narrative superhero story thing. It's supposed to be amazing. And we're going to be playing Red Dead roleplay and telling some monster hunting stories. All right, let's see what else we could look at here. Who else sent some stuff in? Floragato sent in a boss monster. Let's take a look at it. Wow, 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 wow. Alpha Wolf Bolt. You go to sleep? All right. I'll in the Discord. I'll say I reviewed this if I review it on stream. And if I don't, it means you can just send it in another time, or not worry about it. Bolt is a dire wolf awakened by a wild magic surge. He and his friends run a wolf pack of similarly wild magic affected wolves. Bolt was surged with electricity when he was awakened. Remember when I said my English teacher made me not write with the word to be? That's what you need to do. You're using it too much. Was. It's just making all the writing a little plonky. Okay, let's look at what this meaty does. Okay, so he's a alpha wolf of chaos magic. CR3, so it's like a low level boss. Got keen sense and pack tactics. Lightning Rod. When Bolt is subjected to lightning damage, he regains hit points. Nice, fun. Charge back. If Bolt is reduced to 0 hit points, he doesn't die or fall unconscious. Instead, he becomes enveloped in red dancing electricity. He gains 68 hit points and a use of his lightning breath. Ah, so he's a double level boss. Okay, so he actually has like 230 hit points, give or take. Almost 240. Or 140, excuse me. If he's grappled or hit by a melee attack, the attack takes 1d12 lightning damage. Ooh, I wish I knew what level your players were. If this is against a party that is level 5 or lower, this should be less damage. I think this should be 1d6. That is really punishing. 1d12 on every hit is really punishing for a lower level party, especially if this thing's going to have 140 some hit points. So I would lower this to a d6. Depending on what level the party is. And you said this is going to be part of like a duel thing, so they're going to have a bunch of guys? Yeah, that's hectic, dude. Also, change your formatting so the word damage isn't all by itself up here. I don't know how to do that in D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond sucks for formatting stuff, but it just makes it look silly. And you don't want to look silly. You want to look cool. Yeah, I think this is a lower level fight, too. It has a basic bite attack, and it can knock creatures prone. And it has lightning breath. This thing, I feel like it needs more action economy if it's going to be a boss, right? It's just it only gets one action? That feels like nothing. All right, it gets a special lightning breath, but only after. Oh, he has his lightning breath beforehand. This just recharges his lightning breath. Oh, that's less fun. Make it so the lightning breath only activates when he's in crazy monster mode. I think that's more interesting. I would just let him be better at fighting. Maybe give him more than one bite attack. Maybe give him a bite and a claw attack. Maybe give him like a static attack, right? Where he can bite, but he can also like shoot a little static zap at someone. Also, if you want to make him lightning-y, I think his damage should do some lightning damage. Maybe it does 1d10 plus 3 piercing damage and 1d4 lightning damage, or 1d6 lightning damage, or something like that. Oh, I know that he's going to have minions, but that doesn't mean he should only have one attack as an action economy for a boss. That's silly. That means he's not going to be taking epic turns. I don't know. It just seems... It honestly seems like he's, like, less of a boss and more of, like, an environmental threat. Like, his lightning damage thing is going to be causing more trouble than anything else. All right, let's see what static protection does. When an ally within 10 feet of bolt is subject to lightning damage, the target changes to bolt. That's fun. And he got some mythic actions. It's a bonus action. Lights his maw with vibrant yellow sparks until the end of his turn. The creature it hits... What? No creature's being hit here. He's just making his mouth glow. Okay, I think what you mean is he makes his mouth glow and then his bite attacks do a paralyzing. You got to tie it to the bite attacks. Alpha rule. As a bonus action, he shouts. Everybody gets advantage on the next attack roll or the next saving throw. And his speed is doubled for 1 minute. Speed is doubled is interesting. It's not crazy, though. I would just make him extra fast in general and not have that be a feature. Just make his movement speed 80. Okay, main feedback. This thing needs some more fun, wacky features. The only really wacky feature it has right now is Lightning Breath, and that's not wacky. That's just Dragon Breath. This thing is made from fucking wild magic surges. Why isn't it getting any wild magic features? I feel like this thing should be blasting wild magic charges and stuff, you know? That's not what mythic actions are. Mythic actions are legendary actions that are granted after becoming mythic. Did I misspeak? They're just things that you get when you're in the special mode. Basically, after he activates special mode, he gets access to all of those things. But they're still not selling the fiction that you just... Like, they're not wild magic-y at all. He's just a big poisonous lightning wolf. Oh, just talking about the stat block. Gotcha. So yeah, I would give him some fucking wild magic shit. And if you're like, I don't want him to do wild magic surges, look at like the wild magic barbarian. They have a much smaller table. You could maybe use that as an example, where it's like one feature makes him get a bonus to his AC. One feature makes him shoot little damaging things. One feature makes the environment, the ground around him, grow thorns and prickly and hard to walk through. Like, we need the wild, you know? This isn't even magic. It's lightning. So I think the other thing that I would say is I'm sure that this is paired with like a lightning monster. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But you don't want the main button to be lightning. I think that's okay to have it be a button. But even if the creature was the lightning wolf guy, you would want to have some stuff dancing in slightly a different direction, I think. Just a little bit. I guess you are with the paralyzed. That's true. That is doing that. But yeah, I guess it just feels weird that he's so lightning focused when he's wild magic boy. All right, those be my thoughts. Goodbye, Alpha Wolf. This was reviewed. I looked at that already. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I looked at this piece a little bit before stream also. This is a Path of the Savage Lands Barbarian. I'm gonna do a we're gonna look at it sort of briefly. So the way that this barbarian works is that when you rage at level 3, you roll a d6 and then one of these features activates. The bottom two either are bad for you or do nothing. The middle two are pretty good. One of them allows you to frighten a creature. One of them allows you to basically move faster and do a little bit of extra damage and slam into a creature. The top one is just you just hit way harder. And then the top one is a lot of different things happen at the same time. I don't think your main third level feature, 1/3 of what it does should be nothing or bad. And I don't think these existing make up for this. Like, I don't think that balances. I think it just creates a situation where you're just going to be frustrated or chaos mode too strong. The other thing, and maybe this is just me, but it's really like, it's almost too random. Like, it's going to be hard to consistently play this character efficiently, or like in a way that feels satisfying, I think, because your core feature becomes radically different. Like, even the Wild Magic Barbarian, which functions similarly to this, where their feature essentially does something random, it's kind of not random. Like, if you look at the Wild Magic feature, it's basically an AoE debuff or buff. But that's what it is every single time. So it still sort of plays into the barbarians, plays into that specific barbarian having a style, like that style of, like, you want a lot of guys around you kind of vibe. That's one thought. The other thought that I have, which is I think maybe a little bit more of a big deal, is this whole thing feels like you took the Berserker Barbarian and made it also have to do with fear now. Because if we look at the rest of the features, at 6th level, we just get the 6th level Berserker Barbarian feature. It's exactly the same. At 10th level, we can now roll a crit more easily, and we do more stuff with frightening. And then at 14th level, we do more stuff with frightening. So it's like we get a little bit of the Berserker Barbarian, and then we do get a lot of stuff with frightening. But I don't feel like the frightening stuff builds on itself really well. Like, all of these just cause the frightened condition. It's not like, but so that everything is just doing the same thing. So, like, for example, at 3rd level, if I roll a 3, now I kind of don't get anything because I have so many fucking frightened creature effects already that it's like I don't need 3 different features that all lead to the frightened condition. Because if I have 3 different features that all lead to the same thing, I kind of just have one feature, you know? So I think if you want to lean on fear, I think you got to think of different ways of exploring fear and not just using the frightened mechanic. And then I also think you should rethink the randomness of this 3rd level feature. I just don't think it's working for me. I think a really good example of a subclass that is based around fear and does it in a way that isn't too focused, but also feels really focused, is the what's that warlock called? The not the undead warlock. Maybe it's the undead warlock. Yeah, the undead warlock, not the undying warlock. The undead warlock. This guy. Where is he? You get a feature where, you know, once per or proficiency bonus times per day, you get this feature where you can frighten creatures when you attack them, and you get immune while frightened while you're in that state. And then you get some other features that sort of tie into those features, but not that much here really directly ties to fear other than just these 2 little bullet points. But those 2 bullet points do a lot of work in informing the rest of the class, you know? So I would think about that with this one. You use a lot of space. You're taking up a lot of space to give us not that many features. And that is all I'm going to have to say about that one. I don't think the Gloomstalker, maybe the new one has stuff to do with fear. The old one, I don't think did. I think the old one had to do with, like, fear adjacent ideas of, like, darkness and being spooky and ambushing people. see what else we got here. This is called the Pike of Revealing. This is brought to us by our dear the DM. The Gloomstalker kind of is Batman, so that makes sense. I think that there's also some really fun combinations in like is it the Vengeance Paladin or the Conquest Paladin that gets a lot of fear stuff? But you can do some weird shenanigans with the Gloomstalker plus the Fear Aura Paladin that are fun. Let's take a peek. The Pike of Revealing. Very rare. This ancestral silver pike, handed down through generations of the Steely's family, has been etched with magic stolen from the Grand Huntsman, fabled slayer of heroes. Hey, you know what would make this sentence a million times better? Not this in the middle. Chat, what fantasies are evoked when you hear the name Stellez? Oh, literally none? Yeah, same. Also, there's too many fucking commas in this sentence. Holy shit. Either make this sentence shorter or use less commas. You get a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls with this weapon. When you hit a creature with an attack using this pike, you deal an extra 1d10 psychic damage. Woof, my goof, that is strong. And if the target is invisible, it cannot benefit from being invisible for the next minute. What if the target is permanently invisible? I don't know. I think you should clarify how that works if the target literally doesn't have a physical look, like an invisible stalker or something like that. Additionally, as an action, you can stamp the pointed butt of the pike on the ground and name a creature you've hit with an attack using the pike before. If the creature has made tracks within 15 feet of you in the last 24 hours, an ephemeral image of the creature appears as though they were making those tracks. You can do this 3 times. Okay. Earlier on the stream, I was looking at a spell that sort of built an encounter, and I was a scroll that built an encounter, and I was talking about how they were describing it too much. They could have just cut to the chase. I think that's what's happening here. I think this is a cool feature. So I would say, additionally, as an action, you can stamp the pointed butt of the pike on the ground and name a creature you have hit with a pike within the last 24 hours. I think there should be a limit on how long ago you hit them with the pike. Boom. And then I think you should say any tracks that the creature left behind within 15 feet of you immediately glow, and you see an after image of that creature walking those tracks. Boom. Something like that. But I think you just got to tighten your sentence a little bit. It's not, you don't have to work that hard to get to the goal of it. And this can do 3 times 3 times a day. That's fine. I think mostly it's a solid. I think the damage feels a little high for me, but that also might just be a me thing. I feel like it's a +2 sword and an extra 1d10 damage on top of that. So it's essentially a +2 weapon that also is doubling its damage. I don't think that's the end of the world. I think that's one of those things that will kind of depend on your players and your game and how you balance damage. I think if I was going to put this into the public eye, I would probably make that a d6 damage, not a d10 psychic damage. And I would probably increase the radius of this 15 feet to like 30 feet. I think 15 feet is really... You have to be a little too close, you know? Like, I want to be able to be in the area of the thing. I don't want to be in a situation... Here's the thing. You don't want to be in a situation where the dungeon master, where the player uses this, and the dungeon master's like, actually, you were in the same area as them, but you weren't within 15 feet of where they walked. I don't know. There's like a... Make it 30 feet. 30 feet is like colloquial language for in the room, you know? Bildo, thank you very much for the new sub. Thank you. 23 months. You're a champion. How's it going, buddy? A robot says that, yeah, the creature is revealed and cannot be invisible for the next minute. I think that's solid. Yeah, it's a lot for yeah, I don't know. I'd lower the damage. Lower the damage, increase the radius, and I think you're in a good spot. But again, only lower the damage if you are unsure of the balance of the damage here. If you're like, I know my players, I know my game, my player's been using this, it's fine. Then it is fine. For better or worse, when you get to a certain power level, which is like the very rare legendary space, a lot of balance becomes more opinion, because you don't really know in general when a dungeon master is going to be giving players very rare items or legendary items, and you don't know how many they're going to be giving them. With common items and uncommon items and even rare items, it's a lot safer to assume they're going to get them, between level 1 and 5, maybe 1 and 7. But with very rare, some dungeon masters are giving these at level 5. Some dungeon masters aren't giving these to level 15. So there's like a weird balance space that you kind of have to account for in your own head, So just do that. Decide what you think it should be, and then make it that, and then you'll be a happy man. Okay? Different music, switch it up. But I think it's pretty solid. I think it's also very thematic. Specifically, I like how both of the main special things it does are both about revealing creatures, but in very different elements of gameplay. Like, that's a really nice touch. You know what I mean? Like, they tie together nicely. But one is clearly a tracking, almost like puzzle, travel, encounter, roleplay mechanic, and one is straight up combat utility, And I like that. The thing that's kind of fun about this, also, I don't know if you thought about this, but technically with the way this is written, you could pretty easily be in a situation where, let's say you are trying to find a bad guy's secret hideout or something, and they have scrying eyes and all sorts of shit, so you can't track them. Or maybe they have areas of anti-scrying or whatever. What you could do is you could hit your ally with this weapon, and then have the ally get intentionally kidnapped, and then use the weapon to track the kidnapped ally. That's cool. I like that a lot. I guess there's spells that kind of fill that need also, but I don't know. That's it's like a weird use case. That was one of the first things I thought about. I was like, oh, that would be a neat thing to do with that. Anyway, I know that you're here, but I'm just going to say I reviewed this because I need to get in the habit of doing that every time I review something. I don't have more thoughts. I like it. If a player brought this to me and was like, I want to build a character that uses this, I would say, okay. There's not a part of this that really breaks the bank. The D10 damage might break the bank, but if the player brought this to me and they were above level 10, I would be fine with it. Maybe level 11. But it's not the end of the world. I tend to give my players very rare items a little early. One second. So I'm a little bit more, I tend to give players more items that individually do less things, because I like to make items. I also like, I like my players running through items, and it's just fun. I like the feeling of watching my players get excited to read their new magic items. So I've gotten the habit of just making a lot of them. Next we have we're going to look at, this is a feat. We're going to look at something a little different. We're going to look at a feat. I love a feat. Feats are really fun. Feats are like a really interesting space to play in from a design perspective. This is called Aid Caster. There it is in the chat. There it is in the chat. You got to be spellcaster. You got to be level 4+. Let's see. You have advantage on Constitution saving throws that you make to maintain your concentration. Oh, so this is like Warcaster, but different. When an ally you see leaves your reach using its action, its bonus action, its reaction, or one of its speeds. You know what you could just say there instead? You could say, when an ally willingly leaves your reach. Because the only time that one of these things wouldn't be happening is when a creature is moved against their will. So just tighten that language up. You can use your action to cast a spell on that ally. The spell must have a casting time of 1 action, must not deal damage, provoke any saving throws, and must target only 1 creature. How do we feel about that? Is that a balanced thing? To be able to reaction healing word? Or reaction haste? Or reaction polymorph? I'm worried that buffing spells might be too strong to be able to put on a reaction, but I don't know. I would want to be honest, I would want to see this one in play, I think. I think in order for me to know how I felt about this one, I would need my players to... I would need a player of mine to actively take this feature and intelligently use it and fuck around with it. Yeah, no, I get it. It's exactly a defensive warcaster. It's a buff war. It's not even defensive. It's a buff warcaster. I guess what I just mean though is I'm not sure if it's reasonable or not for the amount of like a reaction cast reaction invisible, reaction fly. There's so many spells that are single target that would just be so, I think, more powerful as a reaction. I don't know. Weirdly, Warcaster is kind of limited in that it's such an offense-based feature, you know? Subverting the casting time once per initiative lap might be strong. Being able to heal someone out of turn order. I'm not sure what would end up being stronger feeling. I think the healing someone out of turn order is maybe more okay. I'm more like the polymorphing someone out of turn order, you know? Because what it does is, here's the situation that it does create. And maybe this is very situational, but it creates situations where you could be in a situation where, like, let's say I cast polymorph on the wizard, okay? Or on the bard. And the bard turns into a T-Rex. And then the villain uses their 1 8th level spell slot to cast some upcast lightning fuckery, dealing 200 damage to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Immediately bringing them back into being a person, but taking that resource from the boss so they don't have it anymore. And then that character on their turn can take 5 steps away from me, and then within the same round I can cast polymorph on them again and have them right back as a T-Rex. That's true. Reaction twin spelling is also a little bit of a menace, because then you can cast it on yourself. So I think it's a fun idea, but I do think we might need to think about limiting the spells that it can be used with more. But it is a fun idea, and maybe it's not OP. I don't know. But my gears start to turn in sort of me thinking, how can we take advantage of being able to cast basically 2 spells around that both normally would require an action. I have no idea how it would interact with Twin Spell. I would say, based on this, I think it should react with it, because Twin Spell is like, you cast a spell that targets only 1 creature, you can target 2 creatures. You're casting a spell that targets only 1 creature. So it still would, it wouldn't be unaffected by meta magic. Taking away concentration could help, for sure. Anyway, I think it's a fun idea. I think you just got to think about the balance of it. And maybe it's just playtesting. Guys, my computer's not overheating. I haven't been playing a video game. So I haven't actually done... The real test will be Red Dead Redemption Online, OBS, at the same time. That will be the real test. We'll see. I think I did. So what I ended up doing was I took all the panels and shit off, and then I bought some like compressed air cans, and I took it into my yard and sprayed out the inside, and it wasn't even that dusty. It was way less dusty than I thought it was gonna be. But then I undid the heat sink thing, the whatever with the tubes, and when I pulled it off, the thermal paste that was there, there was still some thermal paste there, but it was like not a lot. It was like very little, and it was only covering like half or less of the connections spot. And it was like I don't know, it just seemed like there wasn't that much of it. And I was like, so I used some wipes and I took it all off, and then I reapplied new paste. And now it started working. Yeah, Bildo, we've talked about this before. You don't remember because this was like 2 months ago that I talked about it. But yeah, I'm gonna be on a roleplay server. I think it's called Diablo RP. I'm gonna promote it on, like, when I'm streaming it, I will have their little banner up in the title because I wanna, I want their server to improve. And it's the impression that I get of the server is that it is very RP serious. It is a very friendly community. The people that made the server initially were going to close it down because they couldn't afford to keep it going and they didn't want to charge people money. And the community basically was like, don't be dumb. Let's think of ways that you can charge money that aren't annoying, so it's not a pay-to-win server. So basically they make a little bit of money through people, I think through donations, but also people can pay money to get stuff that is like different aesthetics to a certain extent, but it's more like they have like empty houses, and if you want, you can like pay money to like have a house be your house where like the objects stay and whatever. So I'm not gonna do any of that because I'm gonna be a crazy man in the woods. I think it's serious RP only in that like you have to play like a regular person. Like if you play a character that just jumps off buildings and shoots people, but you stay in character like that, I think people will be like, that's not what we're doing here. They're people are like doing The Sims. They're trying to like live their cowboy lives. That being said, I am very specifically making my character one that is very silly within those parameters, because they are going to be a crazy man from Eastern Europe that believes that monsters are real and that they have been sent here to hunt them. In my mind, my character is going to be like Constantine, like John Constantine, if he was more Eastern European and less competent. So he's like, yeah, I know monsters, and I have to use my knowledge of them to defeat them, and sometimes they'll be my friends, and sometimes they won't. But I don't even know if there's monsters in the game. That's just what I'm deciding going in, because I know there's a supernatural theme to it. So it could be the kind of thing where I just run around like a crazy person and I get arrested. We'll see. Diablo County RP, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, Diablo County RP. That's the one. We'll see. We'll see. There's some rules to the server that I learned recently. Like, so for example, if somebody kills you in the game, you have two ways that you can deal with it afterwards. You can either call a doctor, and a character will come as a doctor and come fix you up, or you can respawn immediately. But if you respawn immediately, your character and you have to basically forget whatever happened in the last 30 minutes. So, like, if some guy runs up to you and kills you, you can't get mad at that guy and go kill him if you respawn immediately, because you don't know that, because the last 30 minutes didn't happen. So you basically, if you were like, I want to get revenge on someone for killing me, you got to sort of do it through the role play ways, where it's like a doctor comes and you're like, that guy tried to kill me. And they're like, oh, we'll call the sheriffs. So we'll see what happens. But it seems really fun. It seems really fun. And the people that put it together seem really nice. So yeah, I'm hoping that me streaming it can bring a little attention to their server. and that it'll be a fun time. The other thing that they told me is that basically they have the ability, when people sign up for the server, people can sort of decide if they want the devs to like mess with them or like be aware of them. So I was like, yes. So I have it set up where when I'm playing, anyone that controls the server knows that I'm playing and can immediately like go to where my character is in sort of like game master mode and like do stuff. So I'm hoping that will lead to my character like having some more like narrative weird encounters with the mystical and the magical, you know? I think it will be good. We should have a voice chat sometime. I've been dealing with Red Dead RP rules for like 10 plus years. Listen, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with I'm not feeling I feel like I kind of get their vibe, so I'm not super concerned about it in any direction. Genuinely, it seems like they're really good folks that really are going out of their way to like make a server that doesn't have like griefing and like people fucking around in shitty ways. I do have a character that I want to play that isn't the main one, because I think you can have 2 characters on the server at a time. And the other character I had in mind is, I think I'm going to call him like Gold Pick Pete or something like that. And I just want to make him as short as possible. And have him running around just panning for gold and yelling about having magic powers, even though he's not going to have magic powers. That'll be my Chaos Gremlin character if I make a second one. Okay, let's take a look at another thing here. We have a spell. We haven't looked at any spells yet. This is called Holy Arsenal. And I think it's based off of the football team. I'm kidding. That would be silly. Okay, let's see. Holy Arsenal, 3rd level, enchantment. Enchantment. Interesting. Enchantment usually is a spell that like beguiles people. Are we beguiling people? Oh, it's too big. There we go. Okay. You glow with divine power. As a symbol of power forms behind you. Don't use the word power twice within the span of 5 words. That's silly sounding. Granting a blessing to all you put another O here. Choose within 30 feet of you. You glow with a dim light in a radius of 30 feet, depending on the symbol. Oh my god, dude, this is taking so long to say what you're trying to say. Okay, how about this? You glow with divine power and radiate a light within 30 feet. All creatures of your choice within the light gain one of the following effects. Or creatures of your choice within the aura, within the light, gain one of the following effects of your choice. You also need to clarify that you pick the symbol. You know what you should copy for this? You should look at the way that the Star Druid writes their core subclass feature. That's going to help you make this spell a little bit better written. So the way the Star Druid works, you enter your starry form. While in your starry form, okay, we can ignore all of this. Here's what you're going to say. This is what you need. This and this. So basically, you want it to be like, you enter your glowy form. When you do, you choose one of the 3 symbols, shield, sword, or just the 2, sword and shield. You choose between sword and shield. You radiate a bright light within 30 feet of you. All creatures of your choice within those 30 feet gain a different power based on the symbol you chose. Write it like that. It'll be better. Okay, so how long does this thing last? A minute. Concentration, 30 feet. Okay, so we either shield or sword. Shield. Creatures in the aura get +1 to their AC and +1 to their saving throws, and attacks made against them can have advantage. And sword. Creatures of your choice within the aura have their attacks count as magical. That's kind of nice. I like that. And they get a +1 to their bonus to attack roll damage rolls. In addition, when dealing damage, they can choose to deal radiant damage instead of their normal damage type. Is this called Starry Form? Okay. Overall, I think it's pretty solid conceptually. You create a aura of protection or an aura that either helps with offense or defense. I like it conceptually. I'm wondering if it feels reasonable for a 3rd level spell. It's also definitely not an enchantment spell. This is an abjuration or some other thing. But enchantment is like if you were helping them, if you were charming them, or you were fucking with wisdom saving throws or things like that. This is not that. This is abjuration or conjuration, I think. Oh, the music stopped. For a 3rd level spell, I think a 3rd level spell where you can give all creatures around you +1 to your ACs and saving throws and can't have advantage on attacks against them, that might be too much. But I bet if it was just +1 to their ACs and the no advantage on attacks, it would be okay. Or maybe it was just +1 to the AC and the saving throws, it would be okay. Maybe. With the sword, +1 to your attack and damage rolls is probably fine. Making all attacks count as magical is awesome, and I think that works really well. But that's more flavor, but it's good flavor. And the radiant damage is probably fine. I think that I would focus in on it. I would try to make it like, I think what I would probably do with this is I would drop the saving throws and maybe drop the radiant damage. But it's maybe okay. I think if you wanted to keep all of that, there's an argument for it to be higher than 3rd level, just because it's like a lot of bonuses that are gonna stack with other bonuses. You know what I mean? But I think it's probably okay. I don't know why it's verbal only. I don't know why it's enchantment and verbal only. These are the confusing parts. Everything else I kind of see the logic of. Chat, what do you think? Do you think this works? Because it's not crazy, right? It's just like a little bonus. But it's a little bonus to everyone within 30 feet of you. Is that too much? Is that reasonable? There's a 3rd level spell. Think about it like this. Here's the other thing to think about. There is a 3rd level spell that is all creatures within 30 feet of you of your choice deal an extra 1d4 radiant damage on each of their weapon attacks. And that's the only thing that spell does. I think that's a 3rd level spell. Which makes me a little concerned about this one. But I do think if you just made it a +1 to the AC or a +1 to attacks, I think that would be more reasonable. Not +1 to AC and save and +1 to attacks and damage. Or something like that. I don't know. Something to think about. I think it's probably okay. But yeah, there's that... What is it called? Mantle of something? I think it's called Mantle of something. I don't remember. Let's see if we can find it. Crusader's Mantle. 3rd level spell. All creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you get 1d4 radiant damage. And that's all it does. So when you compare that to this, I think you're doing maybe a little too much. Although Crusader's Mantle is not a great spell, and it's very limited in who gets access to it. That being said, I still think it's, you might want to tweak her a little bit. It could be level 4. That's true. You could just make it level 4. That might be fine. That might be all it needs. Yeah, that's why I was like, cut the Radiant. The Radiant is just extra in a way that doesn't need to. I think if you made it 4th level, it'd probably be fine. Those would be my thoughts. I reviewed this. They were confused because enchantment sometimes makes you think you want to enchant an object. Alrighty. Let's see what else we have. Let's see. We have a class, subclass, magic item, subclass. We're going to look at the class for a tiny bit, but not very much, because if it's what I think I looked at before, I have some helpful feedback that isn't going to require us to read that much of it. Hopefully it's helpful. I know it does not. I know I'm not going to read that much. Okay, so this is the Sentinel. It's a alternative tank. Notable things: D12 hit die, but also all armor. So we got heavy armor, we got heavy hit points. So we're starting very tanky immediately. Okay, at first level, we get Shield Bash and Redirect Attack. Shield Bash essentially allows you to use shields as D6 weapons. This should not be a core class feature. This is too specific. If this is what we're getting at level 3 or level 1, my first thought is this is a fighter subclass. Right? Don't you think this just feels like a fighter subclass feature? So I think that while it's fine to give this feature, I think that it's already too specific. It's already too much like you only get to play this one way, which is a fine thing to do in a subclass, but in a core class it's a little bit much. Even like a barbarian, which is like the most one-note character in the game, you get rage and then you get reckless attack. And you get danger sense. That's pretty much all you get between level 1 and 3, or 1 and 2. And while that's like, okay, these are a lot of ways for you to, this is like, you are really good at strength, you are good at avoiding some stuff a little bit, and you are good at high risk, high reward, swinging and taking hits. But that doesn't really tell you how to play the character literally at all. You know, it's just sort of, this is like you're fighting with shields. Or you lose a whole subclass, or you lose a whole class feature. So I get it, but I don't love it as a core class feature. Feels like it should be a subclass feature. We also get this feature called Redirect Attack. When a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 times your proficiency bonus feet of you. I would not do the math here this way. I would just say 10 feet of you, and then I would have it grow at levels in the same way that like a rogue's sneak attack grows, and you just have the growth built into the class. I would do something like that. Basically, when a creature's within a certain range from you, you can use your action to take the attack instead of them. Now, that is going to be good. You're going to be tanky, right? Because you have more hit points than everyone, and you have high shields. So those are going to miss more often than not, and when they do hit, you're going to be more... take some hits. The concern that I have here is this kind of also just feels like a fighter move. Like, there are fighting maneuvers that do this. I don't love it being a core class feature when it's something that is literally just a maneuver a fighter could take. It changes a little bit in that the distance you can travel grows, but it's a lot. Then we start to face the real issues of this class, which is what we get at the second level. At second level, we get this special ability where we get 1, 2, 3 different ways to use our reactions defensively. One of them can grant a creature bonus to their AC. One of them can essentially grant a creature bonus to their dex saves. And one of them allows the creature to take less damage on a hit. Not only are these all kind of doing the same thing in that they are allowing you to make a creature more defensive, like the middle one is a little different. The top two are literally the same. It's like you have more AC or you have more hit points, but it's the same. But they also do the same thing as redirect attack. So now we have 3 different things that not only all take our reaction, they're fundamentally the same feature. So there's very little flavor to them. And it's more just like the little nuance of, oh, this time I want to be able to help their AC, but this time I want them to take a little bit less damage. And it's like, it's not that special, right? Like, it's too much of the same vibe. The other thing that's kind of a big deal is it's all reaction-based. So we don't really get to decide how much we even use these features. One of the things that's tricky to think about when you're building a class, especially if you're doing something like this, where it's very obvious that you want reactions to be a core part of the class, is that you're essentially making a core part of the class outside of the player's ability to decide when to use it. You want the players to be able to have some agency over when they use their powers. And right now, the main things this thing does, they don't. One of the things that I was thinking about when I was skimming this earlier was how some barbarians, like the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, uses a taunt mechanic to try to pull people in, because basically when they hit somebody, they're bad at hitting everybody. When the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian hits a target, that target becomes bad at hitting everyone other than the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. So it sort of incentivizes that to focus. And I don't think you should do that exactly here, because again, that already exists in a Barbarian, which is already a tank. But you might want to play around with some alternative ways of encouraging focusing attacks than just reaction-based stuff. Otherwise, this is going to be really... It's not going to feel that fun to play, I don't think, if that's the case. It's just going to be the player really hoping the Dungeon Master does something that lets them react, as opposed to the player being really excited to do a thing they want to do, and then just doing that thing. So those are my main thoughts. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think you got to think about how you're going to be building this guy in the early levels a bit more. Those are the main. That's the main thoughts. Also, if you're going to give a creature extra attack at 5th level, you can't give them a whole other crazy feature. Just give them a whole other crazy feature. This guy isn't an attacker, you know? He's a defender. Regardless, you don't want this. You don't want the most exciting thing that happens on this player's turn to not happen during their turn. Part of the reason for that is that's not how D&D is designed. Like, D&D is designed for you to have a turn where you have a moment, you get to be special. And if every time you do your turn is lackluster, but you're constantly interrupting other people's turns to do cool things, I feel like it might genuinely mess with the flow. So, things to think about. Things to think about. Yeah, but do more shit to play around with how to make this a tank. And don't have all of it just be the allies get hit less or get hit for weaker. You got to come at it from some other angles. And if you're like, I don't have any other angles, then guess what, buddy? Make this a subclass for fighters, and it doesn't need to be a class. Alrighty. Thank you very much for sharing. What's up next? Next we got, let's see. What time is it? Snowy Saber has a fortune teller bard. I'm worried I'm not going to want to read it, because I'm worried it's going to have a lot of stuff going on. Yep. Gonna be honest, I don't have the patience in me to deal with this right now. So, I love you. Send it in another time. I don't want a balance of 12... How many different abilities is this? 12 different abilities that have a good and a bad side. I don't want to think about that. I don't have the brain space for it right now. I love you. Sorry. I hope you accept that. Yeah, maybe if it was as the in general, when I see a subclass and it has a table with more than 4 things in it, I kind of roll my eyes and get bored and glaze over immediately, regardless. That's just like a personal preference thing. That doesn't mean you shouldn't make those things. Obviously, you should make them if you like them. But it is very hard to sell me on a subclass that has a feature that has 12 things going on. But this late in the night, I don't think I would give it the. I don't think I would do it justice right now. I think I would really just skim it. Let's take a look at this legendary whip from Duncan. I'll look at a Wild Magic table if it's interesting and and it's fun. But the problem is when you guys look, I'll tell you what the problem is. And I'll use your piece as an example because I feel bad that I'm not looking at it. Okay, as a magic action, you can expend one uses Bardic Inspiration die, roll a d12 to consult the fortune table below. Why are we rolling a d12? Well, now I'm confused. Where is the even and odd thing happening? Roll one of your Bardic Inspiration die and determine if the value of the roll is even or odd. And then roll a d12? That's so fucking overcomplicated. Okay. My brother. So you've based this around the Spirit Bard, right? You're missing the most important part of the Spirit Bard. The most important part of the Spirit Bard table is that the table grows with your Bardic Inspiration die. You start with rolling a d6, and then you roll a d8, and then a d10, and not until whatever fucking level you roll a d12, which means that this thing can scale, right? These 6 features can all be things that are reasonable at level 3. And then these ones can be ones that are reasonable high. Like, so it grows in this really cool, logical way with the Bard's core dice. Do that. Do that. Why aren't you doing that? It's so good. Instead of doing that, you're doing something that feels like you just wanted this to do twice as many things. So you're giving this extra step of rolling a Bardic Inspiration die to determine odd or even though that has absolutely nothing to do with the number on the dice. It has nothing to do with the dice growing. It's just fucking random. And then we're rolling a d12. I don't like that. Don't do that. It's silly. You're being silly. Anyway, the reason why I struggle sometimes with looking at features like this one is because oftentimes they end up doing so many things that they sort of lose feeling, and all of the individual things sort of become both less special feeling and more muddled, and like some of them often kind of just do the same thing, you know? Like, I'll just give you an example with yours. Getting +2 to your AC is not that different than getting a bunch of temporary hit points. Having advantage on skill checks is not that different than getting 1d4 to your skill checks. Adding one... Oh my god, these are the same. They're literally the same. It's 1d4. It's 2 to your skill checks. These are just the same feature. A lot of these are the same feature. Don't do that. Look at 12. Roll a d6. You gain resistance to one of the following damage types rolled. I mean, that's just more dice and dice. So I think that it's too much rolling. That's a good point. But let's say it's not too much rolling. Let's decide it's a reasonable amount of rolling. I don't like the system that it's using, but let's say it's a reasonable amount of rolling, okay? If it is a reasonable amount of rolling, why do we have 1, 2, 3 features that just make you better at skill checks? We don't need to fill this. Like, what's the point of having 12 options if half of them are copies of other ones? Do you know what I mean? Also, do you know what else adds to your skill checks? A fucking bardic inspiration die. So it's not even doing anything different than what the die already does. You know? So I would, if you want to keep your table, keep your table. If you want to keep a bunch of options, keep your options. But Brother Bear, if you can't come up with 12 different options, don't make the table have 12 options. Make the table have as many options as are reasonable for this to have that are different. That also aren't doing exactly what inspiration is already doing. You know? It is, there also, I will say, there is a level of irony to being a fortune teller bard that's entire power is based on something that you literally cannot predict and you cannot plan for. That is kind of funny, you know? But yeah, I think that when you want to start something with a table, you got to make sure that everything in that table really serves a purpose, and that purpose is distinct and not being served by something else. And I think a lot of people really struggle with that. And that's the main reason why when I see a feature that has 6 different things going on, I just like, fuck. Because it's like, oh, this person, and I'm not saying that you've done this because I don't want to make assumptions. But when I roll my eyes like that, I'm like, oh, this person hasn't spent the time to focus the design here. You know? And that's, I'm not saying that you haven't done that, but that is where my lizard brain goes. Like, the part of my subconscious that I can't fully control, that's what that says. That says, oh, they just threw a lot of stuff at the wall because they wanted to use that number, or because they liked that balancing system, or, you know, they want it to be the cat of 9 lives, so it needs to have 9 options. You know, there's just like, does it? If it does, then you have to have 9 options that are actually different. I also think that it's just a little too much, right? Because it's not actually 12 options. It's actually 24 options, because it can be good or bad. And I think that while it can be fun to do some symmetry, I don't think it needs to be this hectic. Like, if you want to see a really good example of a much simpler version of this feature, check out the Star Druid, baby. 6-level feature. Wheel and Cosmic Omen. You flip a coin. You get odds or evens. Evens, you can give someone, you can use your reaction to let someone add a d6 to a saving throw or an ability check. Odds, you can use a d6 to subtract from someone's ability check or saving throw. It's like a tiny piece of what this is doing. But I think it being represented in such a straight, streamlined way just works a little better. You know? So I would streamline this. I would streamline this, or make all of these genuinely different and don't make it about being a fortune teller. Or build these so that like each one of these feels like it represents a different fortune more. I don't know. I think the flavor needs to tie into these more, and that will probably help you come up with more unique things. The ability, also, just a good rule of thumb, whenever you have a feature that gives you a random table, getting a feature that lets you roll twice on that table and choose between the two probably should be your capstone. It should not be your level 6 feature. There's a couple different classes that get tables that you get to choose between the 2 options that get like a random table. All of them, it's their capstone to pick. Make it the capstone. Legend lore is fine. But I don't think I would... I think if I was going to build Legend Lore into a subclass, I would let it do something else, because it will be an annoying spell for a Dungeon Master to have to deal with regularly. So I would give it some more combat-y options, just so the DM doesn't have to constantly come up with like a fucking riddle to tell the story of a door. And now we're just doubling up again. We're doing 2 effects and we're choosing. So just cut this. Make this the 14th level feature. Come up with a different 6th level feature. I think you'll be in a better spot. Those are my thoughts. I ended up reviewing it, even though I thought I wasn't going to. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's take a look at this magic whip. Whiplash. What's up, Lev? How's it going? They removed all the bad stuff from the 2024. Yeah, because wild magic, I think that natural wild magic, like wild magic that is the effect of the environment or errant magic in the world, should definitely have negative effects. But I feel like with specifically the wild magic sorcerer, where the wild magic table is a core part of their subclass, having negative effects is really bad. Like, nothing with negative effects really lasts in game design. I mean, it's why the Berserker Barbarian sucks. Or the old one. That's why no one plays it. No one really even... And it's not even like a question. Everyone's just like, yeah, that sucks. All right, let's take a look at this whip. It's a legendary whip, but it's only a +1. +1 is very little for a legendary weapon. Deals extra psychic damage. That's fine. This should be a +3, probably, right? Let's see what it does. Bone Warper. Making non-wild magic takes is kind of hard, especially if they are meant to be in pairs. Well, I mean, you could then then just focus it a little bit, dude. Like, don't make them wild magic. What if every card every card is connected to a skill or something, or like each one can tell a little story. So like, what if one of them is one of them is swift, like good timing, and it's like, while you have this, you move faster and you get a bonus to your initiative or something. And one is like, strange traveler, and it's like you get bonuses to insight and deception checks or something. Like, be more focused in them and make them with intention so that they don't just feel like random, or they don't. The thing is, yours don't even feel random. They just feel like numbers go up. They didn't feel super tied to like Destiny, fortune telling, tarot card stuff. That's kind of what I mean. Let's take a look at this Bone Warper. On a hit with his weapon, you can choose to deal an additional 2d6 slashing damage as the whip lashes out to touch the nearest bone. It can and imbues the bone with aberrant magics. Oh my god, stop this fucking sentence. Why are you putting so much flavor text in the middle of a fucking feature? I hate when people do that. Stop doing that. Come on now. Bone Warper. On a hit, you can deal an extra 2d6 slashing damage to a creature as it warps their bones. Period. If you need flavor text in the middle, make it 4 words or less, or I don't want to read it. Target is to make a DC 17 con saving throw or take extra damage. This is so many steps to not do that much. And their movement speed is halved and their bones begin to rip apart. Again, more flavor text in the middle of your fucking sentences. Stop it. Come on, Dice. Come on, Duncan Dice. Stop it. What are we doing here? Their movement is halved for 1 round. That should just be in here. The creature failed by 7 more. Oh my god, there's so many steps to just, you take a little more damage, you take a little more damage, you take a little more damage. We don't need 6 tiers of 2d6 damage. We don't need it. It's not interesting. This is a legendary weapon. Do you want it to be able to do an extra 6d6 damage? Just fucking make it do that. Stop putting everything behind like thing and thing and thing. Also, the extra psychic damage just feels 100% random. Here's what I would do. Make it a +3 whip. Drop the extra psychic damage. Say it deals an extra 2d6 slashing damage. Just forever. When you hit a creature with it, you can force them to make a DC whatever con saving throw. On a failed save, make it necrotic damage. Make it something different. And then their movement speed is halved, which is fine, but it's also not that powerful. And you could just say their movement speed is halved until the end of their next turn, or until the end of your next turn, or whatever, the start of your next turn. So it doesn't need to be a whole other little paragraph. And then this is just unnecessary. You could say if they failed, I would say if they failed by 5 or more, I would make it do something else. Maybe they failed by 5 or more. Instead of their movement speed being halved, their movement speed is 0, And then, this is not a legendary weapon. This is a Actually, here's what you do. Here's actually what you do. You make this DC 14, okay? Maybe 13. You make this extra damage 1d6, okay? You keep basically everything else the same minus this extra damage, and then you have a really nice rare item. If you want this to be a legendary item, the numbers need to be higher and it needs to do more interesting stuff. Like it needs to do, because right now pretty much all it does is damage and slowing creatures. That's it. That's all it does. And that's okay, but is that a legendary item? I feel like legendary items need to be doing a couple unique things, but more importantly, they need to be like really selling a certain element of wow factor. And I think right now, there's a lot of words to get to some very simple mechanics that don't have that much wow factor. They're not bad, but they're not wow. This is rare item wow. This is not legendary item wow. So yeah, that's those are my thoughts. Yeah, you could literally have this whole item in less words than these two paragraphs, and it would basically do the exact same things. I think you got to tighten up that language, and then also like if you have a thing where it's like it's doing a little extra damage and then it's doing another little extra damage, maybe the extra special thing it does shouldn't also be a little extra damage, right? Because it's already doing extra damage twice. It's not even just doing it. It's actually doing it 3 times if you count this. 4 times if you count this. So it's a lot of the same feeling over and over and over again. So even though it's more damage, it stops like tasting as good to the person who's eating it. You know what I mean? In the same way that I talk a lot about how when you're writing flavor text, you need to vary your sentence structure. Features, you don't want all the features to feel like they're doing the same thing. Otherwise, they will grow mundane. And in terms of the flavor text thing, just stop fucking putting it in your items. Just stop. It will make you a better writer. I'm not saying you can't put flavor text in your items ever again. I'm saying if you want to get better at not putting flavor text in items, practice making items where you have a paragraph or 3 sentences or 1 sentence of flavor text at the very beginning and then literally no other flavor text. And if you don't start practicing that, you're not going to get better at doing that. And it's an extreme direction to take, but just practicing doing that will allow you to start to get familiar with the order of operations in writing game mechanics and tightening that up so that when you do want to put in a little bit of flavor text, it's not frustrating and confusing. Because right now, I'm starting to read mechanics, and then I'm looking for mechanics and just seeing flavor text. I'm starting to read mechanics, and then I'm looking for mechanics and just seeing flavor text. And when I'm looking for mechanics but just seeing flavor text, it genuinely starts to get frustrating. And it's not like you're a bad writer, because you're not a bad writer. But it is like this game and the way this game is written has taught me that you have flavor text and then you have mechanics. And when you start to have long sentences in the middle of a magic item, that means it's important for mechanics. And if you stop following that rule, I feel like you're doing something wrong, and I feel like you're wasting my time in, not like a conscious brain way, in like a lizard brain way, because of how I've been trained because of the way that they are written. So you got to just think about in that regard. Like anytime you're writing flavor text in an inopportune time, you are diminishing the quality of your magic item. And quite frankly, you're diminishing the quality of the flavor text because the people are because they're sort of skimming, at least for me, it's like I'm skimming the flavor text to find the mechanic. I'm not enjoying the flavor of the flavor text. I find that expressing flavor through mechanics is a good compromise to me, but it's something I need to consciously think about. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do that. Like, that could work. Like, you could say, target has to make a DC 17 saving throw. On a failed save, they take 4d6 bludgeoning damage, and their movement speed is halves as their bones splinter inside them, period. That's fine, but that's, like, not a lot of words. This is literally more flavor text than it is mechanics in terms of how many words are on the page. Which is not what you should be doing with a magic item. Because what is the point of a format of a magic item? What do you do with this piece of paper? You give it to your player. You know what I mean? So the player You don't want the player to be hunting through flavor text to find mechanics. You want the magic item to essentially be a reference guide for powers that the player has. Because the more time that they spend, what does this do? How does this do? What is this? The less time they're playing the game, the more distracting it ends up being. This is true for Dungeon Masters too. But like, it's why when you have a magic item or a subclass or anything that's just like a big block of text or a feature that is confusing in how it operates or has like 6 different levels to it, it's like it takes away from the game. Because not because it's bad writing, but because literally it requires the person who's using it to stop playing the game to either find the information on the page or understand the information on the page. So we want to eliminate as much of that hunting for information and interpreting information as possible, which is why we want things to be organized very clearly, and we want the sentences to be short and concise and straightforward. This is, in the same way that this is important for magic items, I would say it is equally important for monsters from the Dungeon Master perspective. Because the monsters are basically a reference guide for the special powers the Dungeon Master has access to when they're fighting you. But that all being said, I think the idea of a whip that when it strikes a creature, it sort of curses them and makes their bones splinter and grow is fucking cool. And I think you could do some gnarly shit with that. And I really like that idea. And so I do hope you work on this. I hope you keep building it. If you just want to make it shorter and a little tamer, I think it works fine as a rare item. If you want to lean into the bone warping, having different effects or different ways you can disable creatures or whatever, I think that could work too. If you wanted to keep it at that sort of more legendary status. But I think it does need a little bit more diversity in what it's doing if you want it to be legendary. Man, thank you for sharing. All right, we got one more piece to look at. This is a fighter archetype called the Reaver. What did you say about it? I've subbed this a few times for review now. This is heavily iterated on, and I think in a good spot. Okay, nice. Let's take a peek. Also, music turned off. Music, why you go away? Come back to us, music. Come back to us, music. Man, you gotta love the YouTube chat. You got to. It's so weird. This is why I gotta stop streaming on YouTube. Because get 4 viewers and they just say nonsense. All right. Let's see. This is the fighter martial archetype, the Reaver. To be a Reaver means that horror is something you clean from your blade after battle. All right, so who sent this in? Are you here? Mongo, this is you. Little basic English lesson. Let's start this. Let's start with a little basic English class creative writing lesson. Do you remember what I said about the verb to be and how you shouldn't use it and how I had an English teacher that made me not use it? Do you see how you start this sentence with to be? How can we make this sentence a little stronger? Let's grab this sentence. Let's open a new document. Why can't I open a new document? All right, whatever. Not going to worry about it. Instead of saying to be a Reaver means that honor is something you clean from your battle, why not just say honor is something you clean from your battle? Isn't that a much better sentence? We don't need this piece of information. Do you know why? Because we're reading the flavor text for what it means to be a Reaver. You don't need to tell us that we're doing that. We are about to, literally, we are reading what it means to be a Reaver. So just cut that out. Such a better sentence if you just start with this. And then instead of saying they, and then you would just say Reavers. Reavers strike when the blood is fresh and the cries are loudest, thriving in the chaos of battle and feeding off the carnage. This sentence feels long. I would just cut this second part off. And I would also say the blood and the cries doesn't work well. I don't know, man. The cries are loudest is very awkward sounding. I don't think it lands as intense. I think it lands as like, it feels off. Born from brutal docks of salt marrow and the lawless shallows of the shoals, these warriors are feared as executioners and opportunists, pirates, slavers, mercenaries, whose presence in a fight signals its violent conclusion. Okay, so the biggest thing I feel is that you are not actually telling us anything about what these guys are. Or rather, you're telling us about what a community is like. You're not telling us what a subclass is like. Does that make sense? I feel like we're learning about the Reavers of Saltmarrow. I don't think we're learning about a Reaver fighting type. You know what I mean? It's like the difference between, am I a sand warrior or am I a warrior from the sands of the Yellow Moon? You know? Let's see what features we get at 3rd level. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points on your turn, you can immediately move up to half your speed and make one weapon attack as a bonus action. That is fine. That is basically a Knoll feature. I think all Knolls have this, actually. I think it's probably fine as a 3rd level feature. Level 3, Vicious Tactics. Your cruelty drives you to strike where it hurts most. Once per turn, when you deal damage with a weapon attack, you can expend a blood point. I wonder how many blood points we have. I guess we'll find that out. In order to strike your target's weak spot. The target takes additional damage of the weapon's type equal to the die value in the chart below, and all damage dealt by the attack ignores resistances to the weapon's type. That feels like a hat on a hat. I would cut this part off. The targets make a strength saving throw. If they fail, you can either push them away from you or knock them prone or give them disadvantage. This is very similar to the Psy Warrior. Mongo, have you seen the Psy Knight? I'm concerned that this is just the Psy Knight. Like, this feature especially am I misremembering the Psy Warrior? But doesn't the Psy Warrior get a feature where they deal a little bit of extra damage and they can push people? Like, isn't that literally what they get? And they also get other stuff too, right? Am I misremembering? I might be misremembering. Let me look. What is this? Are you doing 2024 rules or 2014 rules? What should I be looking at? $2024? All right, let's look at the 2024 Psy Warrior then. That will be more on point. Mongo, I am going to say something now that is going to be directed at you, but it is more so a good thing to think about. If you are choosing to send in something that I have reviewed before, you can't do that. You can't be like, oh, you told me to do that. You can't. You can't get mad at me for having different things to say when you change a piece of homebrew. Because the truth of the matter is, and I'm going to say this as nicely as possible, but I have my haunches up a little bit because I hate when people do that so much. I'm going to try to tone them down. I guarantee you, I did not say, hey, why don't you take the entire fucking Psy Warrior 3rd level feature and then make it do less, but then copy it almost exactly to build a new subclass. I guarantee you I did not tell you to copy the Psy Warrior. I might have said, look at the Psy Warrior for inspiration for building mechanics like that. But I didn't fucking tell you to copy their features. Why didn't I tell you to do that? Because I don't think that's very good game design. And I would not have told you to copy that. So I think what has happened here is you took the thoughts that I had too far, which is fine. Because now I'm telling you to rein them in. But when I'm telling you to rein them in is not the time for you to be like, actually you told me to do this. Because I didn't fucking tell you to do this. There's no fucking way in hell I told you to do this. Okay? But yeah, this is just the Psy Warrior, dude. Like, what are we doing with ourselves? What are we doing here? Use the Psy Warrior for inspiration for how to build a structure. But if you don't know what unique mechanics to give the thing, then why are you making it? Like, if you can't come up with unique mechanics, then what are we doing here? What is the fiction you're trying to sell? And if you're like, I don't know how the fiction represents itself mechanically, then, maybe brainstorm that with some people. But also, maybe it means this isn't a subclass. Maybe this is a people, Maybe it doesn't need unique mechanics if you can't come up with unique mechanics or you don't have ideas for them. Or you ask people. But yeah, you don't want this to just be basically Psy Knight, but different. Let's take a look at the 7th level feature. Blood Scent. Whenever you take the attack action and attack a creature below its normal maximum HP, your first attack against that target has advantage. I would say the way that I would probably reword this to make it make a little bit more sense is whenever you attack a creature that is below its maximum HP, or once per turn, when you attack a creature below its maximum HP, you can make that attack with advantage. Something like that is probably how I would word that. I think that'll make a lot more sense. If the creature is bloodied, all attacks against it have advantage. I think that's fine too. This is also one of those things where it's like, this is not a bad feature, but it is flavorfully lacking. So whenever you're making a fighter subclass, you want to make sure that you are either including a genuinely unique way to engage with combat or genuinely flavorfully strong features, whether they're good or mediocre. But you need one of the two. You really don't need both. You need a genuinely unique way to engage with combat and or you need features that are incredibly flavorfully evocative. Because for better or worse, the fighter core class is boring as fuck. Okay? Everything that they get is interesting is from the subclass. So I would be wary of a feature that kind of just gives you advantage on attack rolls. I don't know if that's enough flavor for this thing at 7th level after the thing that we get at 3rd level is we're just kind of better. We're just swinging and hitting a little harder, I'm not, Mongo, I wasn't talking about specifically the attack action stuff, but this phrase, a creature below its maximum hit points, I don't know, and the first attack, I don't know, I just think the sentence doesn't work, man. I just don't think it works well. I might also be thinking in 2014 language, and you might be thinking in 2024 language, but I think that that's neither here nor there. What matters a lot more than the semantics of how to write the sentence is that we are at 7th level, and we don't really have any powerfully flavorful features right now. And I wish we did. And I think that it is weird feeling to get a whole special dice mechanic that we only use for one thing. Like, the reason why it makes sense on the Psy Knight or the Soul Knife is because it's like a resource that you're using for like a bunch of stuff. It's like a Battle Master maneuver stuff. I think at this point, if it's just going to be used for this, it could just be, you get a number of uses per day. More are coming later. Dude, if they're not coming before level 10, they're not coming for 80% of campaigns that people play. The features that matter for your subclass are the ones that are before level 10. Anything after level 10 is gravy. 90%, like, I think there was a stat, Wizards of the Coast put out like a survey, and it was something like 70% of games didn't get past level 6. Hey, Rin, what's up? How's it going? Rin, you have a sword? Yeah, you have power here. You have power here. But yeah, dude, like a good way to think about it is if you're going to be building a complicated mechanic, and this isn't super complicated, but it's more complicated than just charges, right? Like it requires a table. If you're going to require a table, you want us to need to use the table very soon. Otherwise, it's just taking up space and we're confused about why we have it. And an aspect of the table is definitely the number of dice going up and the size going up. But like, I don't know. It just feels odd. It just feels odd to me for just to be used for one thing. I have a chainsword behind me. Wait, I'll be bigger so you can see it. Chainsword. And a ukulele above it. Alright, 10th level. When you hit a creature that's below its maximum hit points, you can mark it until the end of your next turn. The mark ends early if the creature receives magical healing. While marked, you have advantage on all wisdom survival checks to track it, and your weapon attacks ignore all cover except for total cover. This is interesting. I feel like we should get this earlier. I like this. I feel like this should be more of a core part of the class and not something that we don't get to level 10. Also, there needs to be limits on it. End of your next turn. Okay, that makes sense. I might make this less of a combat mechanic and more of a tracking mechanic, just because it only being on until the end of your next turn kind of makes it so, like, how often are you making survival checks to chase a creature that's less than 2 rounds away from you? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I should be able to hit a creature and then track them a little longer than that. Mongo, you might be in the, I think you might be in a unique situation there with your parties going until at least level 15. But regardless, dude, that doesn't matter. I love you, but it is not great design to have to wait till level 15 or whatever the fuck until we have other ways to use this whole mechanic that you've built here, you know? Like, how are you leveling every session? Because let's say you level every session and you play once a week. So that means that you get to level 15 in 15 weeks. So you get to level 15 in 3 months. That's assuming that you level up every session and you play once a week. That means, even by that logic, you would have to wait. You would get this chart at level 3, and then you would have to wait like 2.5 months before it had impact. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's take a look at what we get at level 15. When your bloodlust reaches its peak, you can strike your mark. Weapon attacks made by you or your allies that target a creature marked by your Crimson Carnage ability score a critical hit on 19 or 20. When a creature drops to 0 within 30 feet of you, or gain a blood point. We still aren't doing anything else with blood points. What the fuck? Where are the blood points coming in, dude? We're at level 15. What are we talking about here? I wouldn't fuck around. We might be at a crossroads from a design perspective, because I don't know how helpful my feelings are going to be, because I fundamentally disagree with a lot of the design choices you've made, and I don't know how much that's going to help. But I will explain how I feel about them. But this might just be a thing where it's like, I don't like coconut. This might be one of those situations. I generally don't like... I don't love features that increase a crit range. I think they're fine, but I don't love them. But I think it's really bad on a fighter, because there's a whole fighter built around increasing crit range. And to put that on another fighter subclass feels weird. I wouldn't do it. It feels to me like you have a whole feature, and it's 15th level. 15th level is high level. You have a lot of space to give a really unique mechanic, and instead you're basically doing something that kind of already exists on another fighter. I feel like it's wasted space, you know? That's what I'm saying, though, Mongo. It's just one thing, dude. It's literally not... But it's not doing anything unique. More damage. Guess what does more damage? Literally everything. Pushing, pulling, imposing disadvantage. Guess what else does that? Fucking everybody. Every single thing does that. To me, if you were to put a gun to my head and say, what is unique about this subclass? What is genuinely unique about it? It's that it has a lot of abilities that trigger on creatures being below full health. That is what makes this unique. I think everything that is not that is not doing the job to sell the flavor of this thing right now. Maybe it would work in a different context, structured differently, but I think that for better or worse, the things that have to do with like the not so true. The Crimson Carnage thing is kind of cool too. Or is it the Crimson Carnage one? The Mark Creature one? Yeah, but that's still related to not being below its max hit point. Like, I like this feature. 2024 fighter is like that. Other than champion, every archetype is weird themed dice spent to do utility attacks. Mongo, do we need to... All right. We're going to do the thing right now where I'm going to go through every fighter and I'm going to talk about why I think you're wrong. And I think that you're defending yourself in a way that is annoying to me. Because it's getting late in the night, and that's what I want to do. Okay, let's see. What did you say? You said 2024 fighter is like that. Other than the champion, every archetype is weird themed dice. Okay, well, how many 2024 fighters are there right now? Considering all of the ones below the... Considering a lot of these aren't officially published yet, really, there are 3. Right? There's 3. There's 3 official ones, right? There's the Battlemaster, there's the Champion, there's the Eldritch Knight. Oh, and the Side Warrior. There's 4. Okay, so let's see what the Battlemaster does. Battlemaster at level 3 gets superiority die. Okay? What can it do with those? What can it do with those superiority die? Let's see. Oh, shit. Those are a lot of very unique options. Do you notice how a lot of them are not basically just pushing or pulling or imposing a disadvantage or an advantage? Look how many different things there are. Look how many options there are to choose from. Look at how it's not just about getting a couple options and using a utility, but it's designed in such a way that allows you to build a Swiss Army knife to fill a mountain of different fictions of different types of fighters. There's a lot of intention and thought behind that, okay? It's not just utility dice does things. It's like, yeah, it's quite complicated in how that functions. All right, let's look at another one. We're going to skip the champion because you said to skip the champion. Let's look at the Eldritch Knight. What does the Eldritch Knight get? Well, they do get a little bit of a resource that they spend on unique things because it's spells, right? Like they might not get a special die, but they get spell slots. And spell slots, they're not picking maneuvers, but they're picking spells. Hey, do you know what's unique about getting to pick spells? Literally every aspect of that. No other fighter right now gets spells, so you're immediately unique. Also, you have so many different spells to choose from, and they all do such different things. And you know what? All of them aren't just a little bit of extra damage. You know? So that's not just a little utility on a die. There's a lot of creativity and customization that you get in that subclass, okay? So both the Battlemaster and the Eldritch Knight, in the resource they use, it comes with an insane amount of you being able to build it to be whatever you want it to be. And that is important. That is a big part of it. That is not the way you are designing yours, which is fine. You are designing yours more like the Psy Knight, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the other thing I want to point out about the Eldritch Knight, because I think it is important here, is that is not the only thing they get. The other features they get, some of them are quite good in terms of combat, but a lot of them are really just very flavorful. Warbond. The ability to summon a weapon to your hand from wherever that like you can't be disarmed from. It's not that strong, but it's also so fucking unique and so cool. So even though it's not necessarily like the showstopper move, it is cool and unique enough that it's basically a core move, a core feature, because of how much it is doing something distinct. Now let's look at the Psy Warrior. The Psy Warrior is more of what you've based yours on. So what do we get at 3rd level? So at 3rd level, we get our little dice, right? We get a number of dice. They grow in size. We get 3 things that we can do with those die. One of those things is you can reduce damage that a creature takes based on the size of the die. Very cool. Another thing you can do is when you hit a creature with an attack, you can deal more damage to that creature. And then at higher levels, you can push them around. That's similar to the one that what your does, basically. And then you get telekinetic movement. You can move objects around. Sort of a non-combat feature. So at third level, we're not just getting one thing. We're getting a lot of different things. So I'm going to say, after what I just said, do you still really feel like the 2024 fighter is just that weird themed die spent to do utility attack? And do you think that is a good defense for this feature that just does one thing and maybe pushes or pulls a creature a little bit? Because I would argue it's not. But I also wasn't the one that started this argument because you were the one that started to get defensive and I felt like responding. So I feel like I'm done responding to it now. And hopefully you can take the time to be like, maybe I was being a little defensive there. Maybe the point of these sessions are to hear the feedback and to decide Cinder is right or decide Cinder's full of shit and then move on from that and not feel too much of a need to be like, actually. Because the actually you said was just wrong, my friend. It was just wrong. And that's okay. That's okay. But, like, we don't need to do this game. It's a silly game. I don't know if it helps anybody. I think some people think it's entertaining. I know Bildo likes it. But the long and the short of that is to say, when I'm giving you feedback, you shouldn't be like trying to defend the choices you made. You should be thinking about, I made some choices, and now this is the response I'm getting. What can I take away from that? Let's see what we get at 18. No, I understand. But like I'm saying, like, that's why I'm like, don't defend yourself. Stop it. It's not the point of these conversations. Specifically, this one is not a call-in show. I was like, this is a review. You are sending me finished homebrew, and I am critiquing it. You know what I mean? I still love you. I don't mean any harshness or negativity. But the important piece of this is not unfortunately for these ones, or fortunately in some, depending on what you're interested in. The important part of what we're doing today is not the conversation. It's that you're watching my reaction to the thing you made, and you're deciding what you want to take away from that. So when you start trying to explain it too much, it just turns into it feeling like, are you just not listening? Do you not care? Because if you really don't care and you're like, I don't like this advice, you just don't need to listen to it. And that's fine. That's totally fine. But this is still the way I feel. At level 18, you become a whirlwind of slaughter, cutting down the weak and driving your fury into the mighty. As a bonus action, you can spend 3... Holy shit. See, Mongo. Now we are at the point in the night where I know that I sound harsher than I intend to be, because I do not intend to sound harsh. But the fact that you were like, there's more uses for the blood points later, and the later use was the capstone, is silly to me. That's a little silly. That's all. That's a little silly. So, okay, I totally get it. I'm asking them sort of rhetorically. I don't actually want you to answer them. It's almost like imagine I'm talking to a movie. Do you know what I mean? Like if I'm watching a movie and a character does something stupid and I'm like, why the fuck did you do that? I don't actually want the character to turn and be like, actually I did that because of this, and this. I want the character to just continue with the story. I'm reacting. I apologize for the confusion. It's a surprise tool that will help us later. Sure, but it will confuse us until then, right? You can spend 3 blood points to enter a state of blood-soaked focus until the end of your next turn or until you become incapacitated. So it just lasts a turn. In this state, choose one of the following abilities. Each time you hit the same bloody creature with a weapon, you deal more damage and more damage and more damage. When you make a weapon attack as part of your attack action, you can spend a number of blood points equal to the number of enemies within your reach to instead make a single attack against each of those creatures. Excuse me. You can use this ability for every attack with a single action, but must spend the blood points after each additional use of the first. What? What? I think what you mean to say here is, let's say I have 4 attacks, I could use this ability 4 times. I think that's what you're saying here. If that's not what you're saying here, then it's a little, I'm not exactly sure. But I think that both of these are interesting mechanics, and I think that we are waiting too late in the game to get them. I almost feel like these should be made less powerful, and these should be things that were like what if this? What if this? What if this? What if at level 3 you got your blood points, you got your special die, and you got 3 features. You got Vicious Tactics, Rapid Crescendo, and Crimson Storm. Okay? Vicious Tactics allows you to hit a creature in a way that ignores damage resistances. When you hit a creature and spend a blood point on Vicious Tactics, they take this much extra damage, and all of the damage from the attack negates any damage resistances. Or negates any damage resistances, and they have disadvantage on something next round as you kind of like, fuck you, hurt them a little bit. You get that at 3rd level. Then, or also at 3rd level, you could use Crimson Storm, where you can expend, as a part of the attack action, you could expend a use of your you could expend a blood point, and instead of making attacks, you spin in a circle, and all creatures within reach of your weapon take damage equal to your blood die on a failed save of some sort. You know, you base the save off of strength or dex, your choice, kind of. But like you get a little whirlwind attack that you could do, you know? And then Rapid Crescendo, you know, it could be the kind of thing where like Rapid Crescendo could basically be when you hit a creature that you have already attacked this round, or a creature that you have attacked within the last minute, or something, you know, you just put a little timer on it. You can expend a point to deal extra damage. So now you essentially get 3 different moves that you can kind of do with this fighter, and it accomplishes all the things that you're trying to accomplish here, but just in kind of different ways. So it sort of separates them, right? We don't need lyrics. So it gets to this place where like one of them bypasses defenses or maybe disables the opponent. One of them does a little AoE, and one of them just does more damage in a direction. You know, that's kind of what I mean when I'm saying like you want to be making sure that you're including unique features and ways to spend these. Like you have them in here, you just have them way at the end. And I don't even know if those 3 specifically should like be the thing, but that's kind of where my head goes when I'm thinking about like building this guy. But I'm gonna be honest, man. I do feel like there's a part of me that's like, there's still some missing connections here. Like aside from the feedback so far, there is still like, I don't feel like, and I'm not sure what the solution is here, but I don't feel like this sells the fiction of like what these guys are supposed to be. And maybe that's because I still feel like the fiction that is described here could be applied to sort of any class in D&D, you know? Like this could be a rogue, this could be any barbarian, this could be a battle master fighter, this could be a champion fighter. So I feel like maybe the other thing to think about here is to really in your head clarify what is like stand out about these guys specifically, and not just like they are intense and pirates and mercenaries. Any fighter can be that. What are they doing that's unique? What are they bringing to the table that is special, not just like in a vibe way, but either unique skills or unique like supernatural powers? Because that's usually what a subclass is. It is a unique skill or unique skill set or unique supernatural power set. Doesn't have to be that, but that's like a way to think about it to sort of simplify the idea and try to focus it a bit. Because I think once you have a better sense of something more distinct that these guys are, you probably are also going to have a better sense of like what sort of unique features you want to build out and which of these features are worth keeping and which of these features are worth dropping. It doesn't feel like a Battlemaster. Honestly, for me, it feels like a Vengeance Paladin. It's like it's sort of like trying to focus down guys and just wail on them. But where the Vengeance Paladin does that, where it has like a core couple features that do that, and then a bunch of features that sort of help in different directions, pretty much everything this does is sort of focusing in just that direction. Which is also, I think, maybe part of why I'm having a hard time with the flavor of the core features, because there's not a lot of like unique color around them, you know? Like if you look at the Psy Knight, the features aren't that crazy. It's like I do a little bit of damage, I move an object, I prevent a little bit of damage. Honestly, they're boring. They're good, but they're boring. But why do they work? They work because all of them tie really nicely together into the idea of psionics. And they work really well to sell that fiction of psionics. I think you need to figure out how to make the fiction and the mechanics find that synergy just a little bit more. That's sort of where my head's at. Otherwise, thank you for sharing. I apologize for getting frustrated when I felt like you were getting defensive. I was just like, I felt we were having two different conversations is what was happening. You were trying to answer in earnest. I was confused as to why you were answering my rhetorical questions. Personally, I think hit die are criminally underused in 5e, so I would make a class based around using my own blood. I'd probably make the points use the fighter die. I've seen some stuff like that. You could do some stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't make a subclass use hit die as a resource, only because you don't get them back in the same way as other resources, so it's kind of wonky. But having the ability to do weird stuff with hit die, I still think is really interesting. I think that could work really well. I think that like for example, let's say you have I haven't looked at Mongo Sorcerer, but like if Mongo Sorcerer had a power where it was like you can expend a hit die to upcast a spell, I don't think I would like that. But if it was like you can expend a hit die to upcast a spell and you can do that once per day, then I would like that. You know what I mean? Like if it was tied in to something else, I think that could work well. Whenever you build a subclass or a class around using hit die mechanics, it's fun to play also with like how powerful that feature is in one class versus another, you know? Because something where you're expending a hit die, if it's based on the number, if you're a wizard versus a barbarian, that's like a big difference. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Yeah, man, I think if the main feedback is try to make us a little bit more flexible at level 3 or distinct in like weird ways at level 3. And then whatever the fiction of this thing is that doesn't have to do with literal dealing damage to creatures that are already hurt and running them down. Like what else is these guys about? What makes them unique in the world? What mechanics could we give them that might help sell the fiction that makes us understand why this shouldn't just be a Battlemaster fighter that's kind of evil, you know? Because it shouldn't, right? There's some stuff going on here. Like, it's a fun mechanic to play around with. The bloodied mechanic and the taking damage, the affecting creatures that have already taken damage mechanic is fun to deal with. They're fun mechanics to explore. So I think it's worth exploring them for sure. I think the question just is like, what other story elements can you sort of put on top of those mechanics to help sell them in a more unique way? For example, and I don't think you should do this, but they could be werewolves. It could be like, or shark people, right? You have been chained. You went swimming once in the sea of the shark god and got given their blessing, and now you have become a shark blood warrior, where you whenever there is blood, you are empowered, and and when creatures are bleeding, you literally sharks in D&D have blood frenzy, which is like blood frenzy but blood frenzy is very similar to your 7th level feature. You know what I mean? Like, if you change, like, I'm not saying to do this, but just to talk about why I think mechanics and flavor the dance is important to think about. If you called this guy Shark Warrior, and you made it so at level 3 you got a swim speed equal to your walking speed, and you just called this Blood Frenzy, all of it would, I think, almost like work better, even though it's exactly the same, which is so silly. But like, it's like such an obvious connection that it's easy for me as a reader to sort of like fill in the gaps between where the flavor and the mechanics meet. But when you're doing something that's a little vague, what's up, Magi RPG? How you guys doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. What are you guys up to? What did you guys do tonight? Did you do anything fun? What's up, Mandy? I hope you guys are doing well. We're looking at some homebrew that people sent in. We are going to be wrapping soon, but we're talking right now what you've come in on. What's up, Stormbeard? We're talking about the power of finding the right flavor for mechanics with your homebrew. So we're looking at we have a lovely, this is our dear Mongo Like Candy. He's a lovely member of the community. And he's built this subclass called the Reaver, which is essentially a swarthy dog fighter that uses vicious tactics and things. But what the mechanics that he sort of built it around are, you are better at hitting creatures that have already taken some damage, and you're better at chasing those creatures down. Story Dad, hello. Oh my God, so many people that I know. One of the things that I struggled with this piece of homebrew is that I felt like it didn't have like a strong flavor. So all of the mechanics felt a little bit like, not bad, because they're not weak, but like they weren't evocative, you know? So for example, there's this feature called Blood Scent that we get at 7th level. Basically, we have advantage on attacks against creatures that don't have all their hit points. That's the simple way of describing it. So one of the things that I was saying was, one of the things that's kind of silly about D&D Homebrew, but it's just true, is like, that's not a super I mean, it's good, but it's not super evocative. It doesn't feel like anything. But I think it doesn't feel like anything because the Reaver is kind of just like swarthy fighter. It's not super specific. But if they changed the Reaver to Shark Fighter, then suddenly getting a Blood Scent ability feels really good. So sometimes you start to build a piece of homebrew with a specific vision in mind of what it's supposed to be from like a story perspective, and then you build out the mechanics, and you realize those mechanics actually fit a different story better. I'm not saying that he should make a shark fighter out of this guy, but just you know, it's important to think about, because especially if your goal is to be making homebrew that like other people are going to use, right? Like you're making stuff to put it on the internet. You want people to want to click it, but more than want to click it, you want people to be excited enough to figure out what's interesting. So what is interesting in this homebrew? I think there's this homebrew, as much as I just was also very harsh critiquing it, I think it has a lot going for it that works really well. I think little things, like this little casual you can chase creatures down feature, very nice. I think all of these features built around your ability to track creatures better that are bloodied, to deal more damage to creatures that are bloodied. Like, those are fun mechanics, and a player is going to enjoy those mechanics quite a bit. But the story's not there. And sometimes you just need to throw some weird shit out there and try to find a story in it, because the mechanics are good. A vampire could also work weirdly well here. I know you don't want to need, like, maybe not a vampire specific, but like, a vampire-y enhanced fighter. I think the Blade Singer would be more fun as a sorcerer rather than a wizard, but I can't figure out how to flavor it. I mean, you could... Do you mean not know how to flavor it? Like not know how to change the flavor so you can play a wizard and pretend to be a sorcerer? Or play the wizard but have the lore be you're a sorcerer? You can just decide to do that. You know? I'm using all of the mechanics of a wizard blade singer, but from a story perspective, I am a sorcerer. I think that's fine. What would that break mechanically? I guess the only thing that would actually matter in terms of like maybe game implications would be if you did spellbook stuff. Because wizards get to like copy spells into their spellbook. But that could just be you learning spells, right? I don't know. I mean, chat, you've done that before, right? Haven't any of you ever played... Like, I've played characters that basically pretended they were different things all the time. I played a warlock that I basically played like he wasn't magic, straight up. He was just a gunslinger, and his Eldritch Blast was his gun, and all of his spells and abilities were weird bullets he could put in his gun. But I didn't change the mechanics, so it didn't really matter. So you can do that. Be you, baby. Let your freak flag fly. Anyway, chat. I think we might be wrapping. I'm a little tired. And I am, I think it is, we're winding down. This was my first stream back in a while. Was it okay? Was it good? I feel bad that I got confrontational with Mongo. I really like that guy. God, it brings me out, though. There's something about people answering my questions in chat. And it's not even their fault. It's my fault. It's the misinterpretation, you know? Anyway, they're a sweetie. Thank you very much for sharing your Fighter the Reaver. I think it's got some solid stuff in it. I think that the key is getting the third level feature a little bit more diverse feeling, and then finding the right sort of narrative to uplift the mechanics that are there. And then what's also going to happen is once you find that, you're going to notice some things that you could add too. Like, so for example, if you went with the shark thing, oh shit, I could do swim speed stuff. I could do maybe like smell powers or you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that make you like, oh, I didn't think I would do that, but now it makes sense. And it can just sort of help fill it out from a flavor perspective, even if it's not something you use all the time. Like, a swim speed's a really good example of that. Swim speed's one of those things where it's like when a subclass gets a swim speed, it comes up a little bit, and it feels really good when it does. But mostly it's just something that the player thinks about in the back of their head that makes them sort of see their character in a more defined light, you know? Ain't nothing wrong with those kind of features. Alrighty. Chat. I'm not sure. I have to talk to some people. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Give me a second, actually. Give me a second. Let's talk about scheduling for a minute. Okay. I am either going to stream on... Today is Friday. No, today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Okay. So one of two things is going to happen. I am either going to stream tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday? No. All right. I'm either going to stream tomorrow and Saturday and play all of Dispatch, or I'm not going to stream probably until next weekend because I have visitors in town for PAX Unplugged. But if you guys, I'll figure that out tomorrow when I wake up. But If you see me going live or live anytime this weekend, we'll be doing Dispatch. And if you're like, oh, that sounds cool, just keep an eye out because I'll be posting in the Discord about it. And if anyone wants to go on that story journey with me, I think it'll be a fun one. I think it'll be really fun. Anyway, I hope this was a fun return to stream for the folks that made it. Thank you so much for everyone that got here. Thanks to everyone that shared their homebrew. You guys are absolutely amazing. I missed y'all. And I'll be streaming more regularly. So, yeah, thanks for being here. Love you. Take care of yourselves. Eat some pancakes. Don't forget to feed your pets. Wait, why isn't this loading? Load! There it goes. All right, bye. Love you. Bye.
I don't know who I'd be. Would everything